All right, chat. Let's get it. We are live. Season 3 of World of Chell is officially here. We got some not major changes, but we have more points now added to our builds. We have I think plus 100 added to each category again. I don't know if it was plus 80 last season or maybe it was plus 100 again. So our overalls are getting better as the seasons are going on. I don't think there was anything changed in terms of traits, in terms of like the AP cost going up for any trade specific. So I think all of that remains the exact same. The build that I'm using currently for center is kind of just this one. Playmaker could be, you know, this is what I've been kind of messing with playmaker. So a few more points into certain key categories, but kind of the same way I typically design my builds, and then we go to two-way defensemen on the defensive side. Same idea here. Again, all this is you know, for LG allowed, you know, so there's no wheels. You can't use that for the upcoming season. Esports as well, you can't use it. So this is I've tweaked the build associated with that, but other than that, nothing else crazy. So currently what we have here tonight, chat, is something that I'm trying brand new. What did I title the stream here? Yeah, it's just 6v6 scrims against each other. This is for the tryouts, for esports tryouts. So we're getting back into that again. The way we're gonna do it here, as people start to funnel themselves in, I'm trying to get a full 6v6 team, like match going, right? So I've got some guys in the Discord, which if you want to get in, you're part of chat, you're looking to get in for the scrims, maybe you want to try out for esports. If you're on the YouTube side, go to the first link down below is the community Discord. There's a channel, scrims channel. There's an esports category. You go to the scrims channel. I currently have a list going to get 2 per position, so that we can scrim against each other. I think we need a left wing, a left D, and a G right now. Once we have enough, we'll be able to set up the scrim and we'll be able to play against each other. But I need some more bodies. If anybody in chat wants to be a part of that. What's up, Viper? How we doing? What's up, Michael? Or is that Michelle Miller? How we doing? Best D build? Couldn't tell you, honestly. New season. I've been using two-way defensemen. It's kind of tough to say if you're talking about league, like competitive play. You're not going to use defensive defenseman because that's banned now. So, but I would say defensive defenseman probably was the best one. Two-way defenseman though, probably a close second, but it's kind of split half and half between PMD and two-way D. I don't know. It's kind of up to you and your play style. What's up, guys? Welcome in. Welcome in. We need some more guys. Anybody want to try out for esports? We're doing a pin, a 6v6 scrim, to get some more guys in here, to get some more looks. Trying to get enough guys. It's kind of like an experimental thing. The way we usually do it is I'll just have 6 guys come in, or you know, five other guys, including me, obviously. On one team, and we'll just play pubs, but I want to try to do like something new to see if it works and stuff like that. If we do manage to get games in going, right, there's going to be like a process to it where it's going to be more of like a strict type of look at everybody who's playing. The reason we're doing a scrim is so that we can like really look at every single player. Any particular rank? Nope. Rank doesn't matter. I do not care about stats. Do not care about rank. Pubs, I don't even care about any of that. I'm looking for bodies that want to try out for esports down the line. That's what this is for. This isn't for current. Caps Gaming, I think, starts next week. So I already have a team that I'm a part of for that. This is not for that. This is for something way down the line. So if you have time, if you want to get into some games, I'm looking for some bodies. What's up, Cole? Grayson? How we doing? Do you want to play with me and my... yeah, if you guys want to, that's fine. Well, I'm trying to get enough bodies so that I can like decide the teams, right? If anybody is familiar with the way Bufflin's Discord server does it for elos, the way they used to do it, they would have like a list. Everybody would just, you know, for the Elo's general chat, they'll be like, hey, you know, right winger or something. And that if that position was available, then somebody would mark them down. And then as soon as they had 2 per position, all the way, you know, from center all the way to G, whatever, then they would get put into a lobby that way. I'm trying to just get enough bodies here, see how it works. The problem might be trying to set it up because, you know, people might want to try to join me and shit like that. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. How do I play? Just if you're on TikTok and you're not familiar with my channel, go to the YouTube channel. Same name, HackAttack34. There's a community Discord link. In there, you'll find a Scrims channel. I have a list going. As soon as you see it, just put in your EA name and the position you want to try out for. If you are looking to play esports, if you're just trying to get in, I mean, you could do it as well, but I might kick you out. I don't know. It just kind of depends, because this is going to be more of a strict look at everybody at who's playing. So you need to be performing in order to stay, right? I'm going to kind of explain it once we have the guys, but I'm just looking for guys right now. Yeah, remember play NSO 21 with me? What? I think I might have. I actually do. I think I might remember you. I'm not going to lie to you. That name, Michael 92 Snap, that actually might ring a bell. I'm not gonna lie to you. That was what, 4 years ago? God damn. Yeah, so I mean, if you've never played before, you know, you could try it, because you don't have to have competitive experience to play. Problem is, though, I'm gonna notice that you're not performing if you don't have this, if you don't have the talent. That's just kind of how it is. Pull up the. Okay, so we got. All right, hang on. Give me a couple seconds here, check, because I'm in the Discord looking at. I'm trying to like update the list and everything. But if you want in, make sure just let me know in the chat. And then if you're on YouTube, first link down below, community Discord. I'm going to be saying that probably a lot tonight. Who knows? There's a Scrims channel in that. If you want to try out for esports, there's an Esports Tryouts channel right above it. Tell me your EA name, the position you want to try out for, all that kind of stuff, so I know. Because everybody has different names too, right? Like, that's what I don't like too. Is it like a common thing to have like... Is it uncommon to not have the same name across the board on all your social medias and all that kind of stuff? Or is it everybody just wants to have a different name? Because there's some guys that are like, they have a different name for Discord, and then their Xbox is different. And then they have a PlayStation account that's also different. They also then go to YouTube, and that's a different name. TikTok is... So it's like, I have no idea who the fuck's getting in if you tell me. So you have to tell me your EA name. That's like a very important thing. Otherwise, if you get in, I have no idea that that's you. So somebody else could take your spot and say that they're you, and I'll count it towards you. You know what I mean? And if they suck, you get kicked out. Bang, you know? That's kind of how this ain't looking too good. All right, hang on. There's a lot of people now starting to respond. So JC Pens 22. If you're in the stream, just kind of hang tight. I'm in the Discord right now. We need one more G, I think, right? Anybody play G that wants to play G? You're gonna be on my team if you play G. And plus, don't even worry about G so much, because anybody who's trying out for goaltender will automatically kind of move on. I'm not going to kick any goaltenders out tonight. That's like, I don't know. There's not enough people to freaking... You know, I'm not going to like kick goaltenders out for letting in. Unless you're like wild as hell, which if you're anything like me and you're wild as hell, you're going to eventually get kicked out. That's kind of like the only thing. If you have like some structure and you're playing goaltender, you'll be fine. But if not, you're going to get kicked out. So this guy joins me, which is fine, I guess, because the way it's lining up, I'm going to have everybody on the left side of the list. If you're the first name of the list, you're going to be on my team. If you're the second name, you're going to be on Crowing's team. Okay? So I have Crowing's stream up. It's Crowing 427 for anybody that wants to watch him on that side. Because you can watch the reverse side. If you're the first name of the list, you're going to join my side. I was gonna say that till we had enough, but we have kind of enough besides one goaltender. All we need is one goaltender to play. So currently, if you're in the stream, you could be on standby. Yeah, yeah, this is for tryouts. I'll come play G. Nice. I need you on my side then. So join, add me if you don't already have me added, because it's like an impossible, like, I don't know, task to try and invite everybody and get. If you don't have me added, add me. If you're supposed to be on my team, if you're the first name of the list, go to my side. If you're the second part of the list, you have to add Crowing. He's not going to add you individually. So Frisch, JC, Viper, on DZ, Schaefer, I need you guys to add Crowing 427 and then join off him. So that, and I'll be able to see if you're joined because I have a stream pulled up. You're going to be on his side. The way this works too, while we're getting this set up, right? This is kind of like a low bar type of esports tryouts where it's a little bit closer in terms of like a little bit more of a strict look at everybody. So I'm going to see how we perform. The guys that, I mean, it's kind of tough because I don't really have like necessarily a set bar in terms of guys that are like kind of performing. I haven't really said it much yet, but if you've watched my streams and you've watched my videos in the past, you should have an idea of what I'm looking at. So if you don't know how to do trap defense, forecheck when it's appropriate, if you're not good rotating, if you're super slow transition wise, all that kind of stuff, and you know, defensive like man marking situations, you're not quick to move the puck, you're kind of all over the place, you know, that kind of stuff, you're gonna wind up, I'm gonna see that, and then you're gonna wind up getting kicked out. It's not really you're gonna get kicked out, I'm just saying you're gonna get removed for now, because what I'm looking for is guys that it's basically you're competing against the other team's position. So for instance, the right winger on my team is going to be competing against the right winger on the opposite team. If the guy on the opposite team outperforms the guy on my side, they switch positions, meaning they switch teams, and the guy who outperformed my guy comes to my team. The idea is to stay on my team. So if you are not performing on my team, you're going to get switched out with the opposite guy. Now, if I look at the other guy on the opposite team and he's not performing up to par, he will be removed. Somebody else from check and come in. That's how this is going to work. Basically, it's almost like King of the Hill, I guess. I don't know if that's a appropriate reference. You're competing to stay on my side. That's the top. And if you stay on my side for the next game, you know, for I don't know how many games we're going to play, really, you then will have the greatest chance of, like, kind of, you know, you basically score a point towards moving on to like the next phase of the esports grind. This is kind of a long-term grind, just to be clear. What you do tonight's not going to guarantee you anything. It's literally just going to get you further along. But this is kind of like us seeing how this works, because you know, this is the first time I'm kind of setting this up. I've never done like a 6v6 scrim at a community live stream, so give me a chance to kind of see what's going on here. Hang on a second here. Who do I have in my team? I got okay, so let me just make sure the list is updated. Fuck, I gotta let Mantis know. As soon as he like wanted to join in somebody else at then that's like basically signed up. So Miller's on my side, right? All right, so that's the list. I've got all the guys, right? Besides one. Who's the right D that's supposed to? Yeah, I think I actually have this guy added. He played lefty the one night. Of course, he may not be in the stream. This is the thing too. If you're gonna play in this, you have to be in the live stream, because if I tell you to leave, you have to leave, right? You know, like you kind of, you know, and you have to be listening to what I'm saying, because if you're not, you're not gonna stay. You're just really not. The whole idea is to, you know, I don't know. It's we're gonna see how it goes. And then let me check Crowing. He's got 4 guys. Needs 2 more. Who's not on his team? That's supposed to. So he needs DZ, and he needs both the defensemen. He needs Schaefer and Desi. Or DZ. I don't know. I don't know how you pronounce it. LG specific rules. I don't. That's a whole nother thing. We got to check builds. So, damn, bro, I hate this. It's got to be LG build. So Miller's got to change his elite trait to a all-star trait. Wilson's got to change both his elite traits to all blue traits. LG rules also scrim related rules. So there's no dunking, there's no ragging. I mean, I got to explain all this for people that are not competitive, which I also hate too. Yeah, so on his, all right, hang on. Man, everybody's all over the place. Hang on a second. So currently, if you want to get in, we are currently full. Unless the guys on the opposite side do not add or do not join within like the next 5 minutes, because this shouldn't take too long. The crazy thing is, like, even in like LG drafts or elos, where it's like people know the system, it still takes them 5 years to get in. You know what I mean? Like, why? Like, you should know. All right, I tell you to go here or there. Like, even if your team's decided, right? Like, it takes everybody 5 years to get in, and then it's like longer to queue up before, you know, and then in like 5 minutes somebody leaves because of some bullshit. It's a super unpleasant experience sometimes. All right, so we need yeah, we need, let's see, is he in chat? Yeah, it's the first time. Hang on. Yeah, no. So the right winger's got to change his trades, but I don't know if he's in the stream to hear that. I'm gonna have to DM him. See, that's what I'm saying. It's gonna take a little bit to get set up, bro. This is like no different than damn league night, where sometimes you're like, you know. Hang on, where the hell is his name? See, his name is different from his his fucking Discord. Hang on. Give me a second. And that also tells me he's not competitive too, because he doesn't know the rules by now. That's another thing. It's fine, right? I don't have an issue with people trying to, you know, give it a shot. But just to be clear, this is gonna be a first, like a sneak peek in terms of yeah, I think he knows. In terms of what I'm looking for, like the bar is going to be set up a little bit higher than how it was the past 2 times we did this, which we didn't do scrims before. We were just playing pubs. Pubs is like nothing. You can't really see much of anything. Oh, you're Wilson. Okay. Yeah, no. Yeah, see, even your TikTok name's different, bro. What is going on? You're like, you fit in with, you know, exactly what I was saying before. No, it's fine. I don't have an issue with it. If I sound pissed, it's just because, you know, I've had a long day. I'm not actually pissed off at anybody right now, because I mean I've been through the ringer a little bit, but you know, I know exactly what's going on. Okay, cool, awesome. As long as you guys talk to them, that's fine. All right, so okay, other side needs to have DeCroy needs both his defensemen. Yeah, it's all good. I don't, you know, I don't have an issue. It's just it's weird how like it fits right into like what I was saying before. Yeah, so if you don't know the, let's see, do I have the ban list anywhere? Let me copy this real quick. Copy. How do I? Okay, now I can't copy it. I don't know why, but can't copy it. All right, there we go. where I'm gonna go like this in the esports chat. In the esports chat channel, I have the list of what's banned. So preset builds are banned. All elite traits are banned, and then there's like there's like 8 traits that are extra banned completely. You can't use. Wheels is one of them. Anybody has wheels on? Wheels on the bus go round and round out of this lobby. Let's see. All right. How are we having issues adding crowing on the opposite side, or like what's going on here? We need on Desi to add him, unless he backed out. I'm not sure if he did or not. I gotta let these guys know if they're not in the stream. And then Schaefer, he's got to add. I gotta let these guys know. It's best to be in the stream when we're doing this, and not just like idle. I'm just saying, so that we can keep the games moving. If it takes, like, it honestly shouldn't. Here's the deal too. Like, you know, hopefully we can have these guys stay in case they do well. I don't know how I'm gonna do in the beginning. In terms of like, you know, who I'm gonna kick out first. I'm not gonna be like crazy about it. I'm gonna kind of like try to lay out a benchmark in terms of what I see. The biggest thing for me, though, I'm going to be more strict on these guys here than on the opposite side. I feel like it's going to be tough. It's going to be like a test in terms of how well I can analyze not just my team, but the opposite team as well. So if it comes down to I don't kick anybody else on the opposite side, the chat, make sure you guys pay attention. You guys can vote off a guy or 2 on the opposite side. You can actually vote off all of them if you want, but don't actually do that, because I'll know for a fact that you're just bullshitting. Or maybe not. Who knows? Maybe you know exactly how to play. And you know exactly what you're looking for. But basically, chat, I need you to have eyes on everybody. So if I'm going to decide on who on my side, besides the goalie, who is going to get booted. But on the opposite team, I may need help. Because, yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. If I know for a fact that there's a few guys on my side that are not playing up the par, I'm going to switch the guys out. Like, they're going to switch teams. So we're going to keep the same group. We should. Unless teams on the opposite side do not perform. Let's see. Actually, Mantis, if you want to join the opposite team, I guess, because I don't know. I haven't heard anything from the one guy. Schaefer's the right D. If you want to go lefty, I guess. Unless he's on it. Is he? Okay, never mind. He's in. My fault. I was just checking it now. So we need just Schaefer, and that's it. All right, crowing as well. I'm gonna tell you the code so that no random guy from the freaking chat's gonna like randomly join and create a bunch of havoc, or like, you know, steal the pin. Because guys will do that, I guess. I should actually hide it. Should I hide it? That'd be nice. Can I create like a little box over it? Let me see. So nobody like sees the code. That'd be crazy. How do I do that? Let's see. Sources. I can add something. Can I add like an image? Just a black image? Let's see. Text? No. Color. Add color to scene? Maybe? Just a color block? That didn't do shit. What the f... You can see it. You can see through. Now I can't change the color. Like, the color's not coming up. Black, maybe? Oh, that you could still freaking see it. I don't understand what that did. That did absolutely nothing. I need to like hide the screen. All right, I think the screen. I'm just gonna make the screen go black. Yeah, people might stream snipe. Like, that's literally what might happen. And now I can't get rid of the image. Why? Now I can't get rid of the damn color block. There we go. Get out of my sight. Okay. So join off crowing. You should be able to just join all of them. Okay, there we go. If my mic goes down, let me know, chat, because I've been having some issues with the mic sometimes. It'll just randomly start cutting out. What's good, Hag? It's Holland. See, even your name's different. Hey, Holland, how many different names do you have for like your social media platform? Like, not, I mean, like your Xbox, Discord, YouTube. I was having a thing where like somebody will have a different name for everything. And then it confuses me when I'm trying to see like who's getting in. I'm doing a 6v6 scrim against people in chat for future potential esports players down the line. It's gonna take a little bit. This is like how see how long, almost a half hour to get it set up. Can you believe it? That's like typical elos, right? That's really how it goes. Even in like drafts, it's the same deal. It'll take you like a hell of a half hour just to get it set up. Longer than how you actually play. My OG YouTube from like 2008. Oh, okay. If people stream snipe this, that's weird. Well, hey. You know, we got some crazy stuff happening in the world. I don't think that's beyond anybody. Let's see, Crowing. I'm going to text you the code. Once you have it set. Let's see. I'm just going to do it because why not? And if you guys stream snipe me, I will ban you for life. So, grudge match off. Everything else should be just any. That should be fine. So as long as, yeah, make sure the server selection is any, so that we get paired up. I think that does count. I'm gonna start the search. So just to be clear, chat, as we're loading up, this is more of a closer look in terms of how we're playing. The bar is both teams should be trapping, should be showcasing a trap until one team is down. Then you have the free will to forecheck. And then just kind of play it how you would play it. Rotations are key, transitions, right? All that kind of stuff like I typically talk about. I want to see how the defensemen control the puck, how they defend over the top if they're getting beat by their man. I also have to be back in terms of defense, transition on offense, opposite guy as well. Wingers, how you guys can support from the top down in terms of defense, how you guys transition to then get into the zone, try to beat the defenseman around the bend. You guys are competing against the opposite position on your team, not the guy that's mirrored across from you. Let that be known as well. So the left winger is not competing against the opposite right winger. No, he's competing against the opposite left winger. Because if the left winger on my side doesn't do well, the guy on the opposite team can steal that position and play for my team for the next game. Just to be clear, let's see. We should be actually matched up. What's happening here? Oh, my grudge don't want to like get out of grudge. I selected no and then it said yes again. Love to see that. Also, don't mind the goaltender's team name. It's kind of like weird a little bit, but we'll allow it. We should be. What? I don't know what's going on. Yo, wait, cancel your search real quick, and now it's like glitched. Ain't that a bitch? Ain't that a bitch? I'm canceling the search and it's not canceling. Is that what happened? Is it because you backed out? And now it's like glitched as hell. I can't. Now I gotta reset the fucking game. Oh man, this sucks. Let's do it again, boys. Sorry. I don't know what the fuck's going on. That hasn't happened in a while. Alright, just join back when the guy has it set. And then join off me, the guys that are on my team. Alright, it actually wait. How? Wait a second. How the hell are you on my team now? Why is it showing up? Wait a second. Is that a glitch? Now it shows Crowing is team DR leader of Hackpack. Is that what did you somehow kick me out? That's like funny, ain't it? I don't even know what happened. I was trying to cancel the search. Let me see if I can go back in. It matches right as you left. Yeah, because yeah, it was like glitched. Unless I maybe stayed. But nah, I don't think it was gonna work. Usually if you like cancel or something, it just like stays like that's like a glitch or something. So I don't know. We'll have to see. Man. It should go smoother getting beyond this point. It's just a matter of getting the guys in. And then it should only be like maybe 1 or 2 guys that get rotated out. We should be staying with the same group unless I start kicking guys out. I'm not sure. Also too, like it's based on again, it's like scrim related rules. So like if a team goes up by 5 goals, we leave the game. If that happens, then you know there's going to be changes because obviously one side was clearly dominating the other. So we'll have to see what happens. But again, the point is to be able to get to my side and stay on my side. As long as you can stay the you know, the length of the games that we're gonna attempt to play. Which I don't think we're gonna play that many games. Maybe, hopefully, maybe like 4 or 5. I don't know. It depends. If it takes 30 minutes to set up each game, probably not then. But should be the same code and everything. All right, hang on. Are we I only get the losers. Well, the thing is about goalies, again, you're going to be facing us. So it's a better, well, it should be a better look. Here we go. All right, guys. Also, I didn't even check builds. Hopefully nobody has wheels on. That's like something that people typically try to sneak up in there. But we're good. Builds as well. PMD, sniper, playmaker. Yep, we're all good there. Yeah, so good luck to everybody. We're try to have eyes on guys on my side, but also on the opposite team. If I go to you guys can vote out guys only on the opposite team to get out. If I tell guys to switch, that's my call. But we will see how it goes, right? This should be a little bit, you know, let's get it up a little bit, boys. Let's get the goal horn out here too a little bit, right? We're in Chicago, Hackpack. Home team out on the ice. So again, trap defense, both teams should be able to simulate that. And then go from there. Quick transition, rotate it back if you need to, right? All that kind of stuff. We'll see how it goes. If you don't know, it's Chicago. All right, back. All right, let's see how we go. First game on for me in like a week, actually, so it may take me a little bit. But this should be more competitive than pubs, I would say. We're playing against each other. You know, everybody has the same aspirations for esports. There's a shot looking for the rebound. I'm going to cut back post, a shot, rebound. All right, now, yeah, you can throw it out. Do not dunk. Anybody that's, you know, if the goalie throws it out, do not dunk. Holding it. Nice. Good defense. We're going up. Although I don't have much stamina. See how it goes. I'm going to cut in. Look for the winger. Going in. We want to try to get to top speed as much as we can. I know that was kind of more of like a broken play. But we want to try to get in. Throw that puck on if you want. Throw it down. It's all good. Reset it. See how they trap defense on the opposite team. That one was kind of tough because I was going back. I thought we were going to rotate all the way back. So if the defenseman, you carry it back into your zone, what we as forwards are going to do, or what I expect us to do, is to go back and sort of turn up ice together. If I'm going back towards you, I don't expect you to throw that pass back to me, because then there's nobody with speed going up, right? And you know, with speed to break against their trap. That's like the whole idea here. So again, we're gonna, I mean, that's fine. Yep, this is gonna be tough because we don't have any speed. I don't have any speed. Once I skate, I'm gonna make a cut somewhere. We don't have any. Ooh, had a chance to maybe find me on that cut. We're doing a bunch of half resets. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is only just half resetting. In front, try to find green. Couldn't get it through. Defenseman back the other way. Someone's got to rotate behind me. Blue does. I'm playing winger, basically. Kind of back checking with no bar. I got to manage my bar better. This is actually ass cheeks. Just a little bit. Shot. Save there. Nice. Do not dunk. Give it back to us. Nope. Back to us. Back to us. Back to us. This puck better be thrown right back to us. There we go. Rotate all the way back. I'm going to get to you guys. I'm going to park up somewhere around here. And go up with speed. Trap defense got to be a little better on the opposite side as well. Blue line should be held. I'm just throwing passes right down the middle, though, so that's on me. You guys are playing good defense. Not much I could do. To the outside. So that winger's got to be able to hold the boards a little better. It's an easy type of break into the outside. Back check if we can. Someone's got to rotate behind me. Shot scored. Good play on the opposite side. To go from the left winger, JC Pens. Remember that name. On the opposite side. We got to have somebody on that. That was an easy 2-on-2 rush with a back checker, right? We got to be able to hold that. Yeah, this is not a good break. And it's kind of tough, right? Because we don't have comms or anything like that. But it's still kind of like we need to skate up as one. We've got to be able to simulate that. So the idea is, if you take our defensive zone, when we reset it, the defenseman should be carrying it all the way back to our like hash marks, essentially. What I'm gonna do in the forwards, right? We got to get behind our blue line and then turn up ice together. And then the defenseman have to be able to carry it into the neutral zone, and then we should be able to find a cut. Oh wow, he doubles down. How did he make that one? But that's another. I don't know who tripped him. Both guys let him get behind him. This is tough on both of our defensemen right now so far. You guys gotta be able to turn and skate, match stride for stride, get in front of him if you can. I'm gonna flick up here. Hopefully that doesn't the stream delay. Maybe he doesn't know what I'm doing. Oh, he knew exactly what I was doing. I got to do it even later. He knew exactly what I was doing. A little bit tough, right, in terms of just having the speed. There we go. Quick transition there. Back to the defenseman. I like to see that. The left winger on the opposite team playing great right now. 2 goals. I just turned the puck over, and he gets a hat trick. Left winger balling right now. It's a bad turnover by me, though. I gotta try to get it up quick, and then just simply couldn't. Worked it back to the defenseman. Then they worked it back to him. He back passes to the defenseman to get into the zone. Perfect on the opposite side right now. 3-on-2. See how the defensive man mark? I think that's a centerman in a rotation. So he's doing a good job there. Defenseman doing good. Working it up. Quick transition. 2-on-2 rush with a back check in place. Can't let these guys get behind us. Nice. Good job, Teal. I got to manage my bar better. This is actually ass cheeks. First period, though, 3-0. Not what we're looking. Good. I'll swing it down low. I got no other option. Forecheck if we can. I mean, we can start the forecheck because we're down by 3, right? But it's first period. We don't have to. Work it back to the defenseman again. On the cut plays. Quick up. See, they're getting set up. Really good trap actually on the opposite side. This is exactly what I'm talking about. It's tough to beat the trap if you cannot transition quick enough to them. Yeah, there's definitely a dominant performance on the opposite side. So the left winger's impressive. The centerman rotated with Teal on the opposite side during one of those rushes, which is good to see. You guys are getting back on the trap in terms of our transition. It's either we got to rotate it back, reset it, or we got to transition very quick. So that does go with forwards. I got to go back at that goal there. Yeah, the defensemen, we've got to be able to carry the puck up. You guys are just finding me, but I'm going into 5 guys. Like we're not gonna beat guys that way. Oh, that was that one. This one goes here. I get it, right? It just goes off his stick. Like, all right, we'll take that. I mean, he's got ice tut on his ass right now. Damn, I don't know what. Oh yeah, that's another thing too. I'm trying to analyze everything, and I'm streaming, so the ping's is like spikes a little bit. I mean, there's no excuse. I expect myself to play better. I'm gonna try to do a little bit better on the face-offs here if I can. If I flick up on the D-pad, I'm gonna have to do it late because I'm live streaming, and I think the input delay, I don't know, it was like 4 seconds. I'm gonna have to go in for this. I just body slammed him, and I blocked the shot. Love to see that one. Throw the puck on if you need. But nudge him to the outside. Back to the point. Shot. Looking for the tip. He got it. Scrambled in front. Nice. Nice. Good man mark there. The defensemen are doing a pretty good job there. You see how that defense was controlling it? Then he finds that cut. So that's on me to actually stay with him. Kind of tough, though. Not a horrible play. All right, we're going to rotate it back. That's fine. This is going to be tough, man. Yeah. They got 5 guys set up. This is the thing, right? We got to have... I don't know what happened in terms of the left winger going to the right. How that happened. If he rotated it back, the left winger should have stayed left side. Right? If I'm seeing that right. Yeah, this is kind of tough right now. This is very tough right now to get in. They got 4 guys. We're trying to one-man beat them. Just not going to work. We got to move the puck, too. And a shot to the freaking glove side of where he was at. That's got to be a goal. Insane. Yeah, we don't have any speed, too. I got to manage the bar better, man. This is like 3rd time like calling it out. Good step there, man. Rotation. I can't even talk either. Just carry it up. We're not gonna be able to get in. We're not gonna be able to get in. You don't see this in pubs. I'm not gonna lie to you. Trap is not seen in pubs too much. Stay over the top if we can. They jump it up. There's the quick passes. Yeah, those passes we can't make. I want you guys to not make a pass until you get to the red line. That's the next play. Do not make a pass defenseman until you get to the red line. I don't even care. We can't go offside. If any one of us goes offside, that's on us. 100%. Don't make a pass until we get to the red line. And you guys on the opposite side continue to trap. And also, I got to be able to win draws. I know in that case right there, they weren't trapping, which is fine. But that's getting to the idea of like carrying it up and finding the space eventually that opens up. We also got to cut too, right? So we can't just straight line up, right? Either us as forwards, we got to be able to either like fake one way, go the other. We don't have like any comms either, right? It's going to be a little bit tough. See if we can keep them in there. We need to score goals here. So again, same idea. Carry the puck up if you can. Working it there. I'm cutting. I just got body slammed by freaking Crowing. What the hell was that? How did I get interfered by him? Can't. Yep. Not let him straight line you. Oh, we got to swing that pass up. Come on. I mean, when it is there, it's got to be there, man. Got to be quicker. Everybody on my side has to be a little bit quicker. I'm not going to lie. All of us have to be quicker in terms of either puck movement. I'm not saying on the breakout specific, If we're moving it quick on the transition, it's got to be quicker. If we're going to rotate it back, then defenseman can carry. We're on the power play, so moving the puck up quick. Man, I'm fucking ass of the game. I tried to go backhand. I couldn't literally go backhand. Imagine that going through. That would have been insane. Down low, out in front. Nice. We are fine. 2-on-2. Cut down low. Good save. So here's where carry the puck up. We're not, we're just not doing it. It's a little bit tough, man. It's a little bit of a different scheme. I know, like, real hockey does not apply to this, right? Real hockey is like, yeah, I'm going to send the puck up because you can. A video game is played differently. I will tell you that immediately. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I have no idea where to go here. None of us are going up. Yeah, I don't know. Tough right now. See, that's how we're supposed to get in, right? Then we can find a play there, right? But that's the chance, right? You saw I cut, found open space. We're getting in with speed. They're trying to stop us with speed. And I can't pass. Wow. Yep. All right, so we're gonna switch. 5-0, right? No, 4-0. Never mind. Never mind. That's on me. That was 5. No, this is not a league. This is just tryouts right now. Here's the thing, too, right? This is where we might start to get on each other's nerves, right? Because that's the whole idea. Do not take anything that I say personal, all right? If I tell you something, it's literally because that's what I'm seeing, right? If I say it in some kind of aggressive tone, I don't mean it to be aggressive, but it's literally just me trying to be blunt. I'd rather be honest with you guys. Eventually, though, this is kind of the mentality that needs to be... This is the way it needs to be, like, addressed. It's almost like everybody on the opposite team can come to my side. That's what's happening right now. Now, here's the deal, right? For Fisher's sake, or what's his name? Frisk? I actually forget his name. Frisch? He obviously can't take my spot. If he's performing well, he's gonna obviously have to stay on the other team, on the opposite side. So he can't rotate with me, right? We're not gonna do that unless I switch positions, but we're not gonna do that. But so if he's performing well, I think he's been beating me on the draws. I've seen him rotate a little bit, so he's doing what he needs to do. He'll get the same point value that he would get, right, if he was with my side. That's kind of the whole idea there. If you're outperforming me or playing to a certain bar, playing, you know, within a certain bar that I'm trying to set, then he will be fine, right? But everybody else is competing to get to my side. All right, all I want us to do is play simple hockey here from here on out, right? Trad defense is tough to play, man. It's tough to play against unless you have a coordinated system. Unless he carries it up. The man mark. If we can. Shot on. Save. No dunking. Transition if we can. Yep, they're just man marking us quite well. Find a cut there. Shot. Can we get one? I don't know where T was going. I'm not gonna lie. We are down, but we still gotta play defense, man. That's it. Yeah, I'm gonna back out. All right, I'm gonna make the call. Everybody on the other side besides the center can come to my side. The goalie can stay, obviously. The center on the opposite side can stay. Everybody rotate to the opposite side unless you don't want to play. If you're on my side, you can... You're still in the lobby. I'm not kicking you out, obviously, entirely. What happens is you rotate to the opposite team. Now you're going to be on a Crowing's team. So guys on my side have to add Crowing and then join his team. I mean, it's tough, really, because, again, we're in a situation where, like, it's got to be a firm, like, rotation back. Again, I understand we have no comms, but there are guys... There are NHL defensemen, I'm gonna just be honest here, that can go into a game with no comms, right? And they can coordinate a break-in without even saying a word, because everybody understands exactly what they're looking for. I'm not gonna say the wingers on my side as well. I don't know where they were going sometimes. When it came to the breakout, you guys should be hugging the boards on the breakout and then make a cut, whether that's in or out. We have to have speed into the zone. We didn't have any of that. So it's very... the trap defense is very simple to stop pretty much 90% of the things. There's only so much that we can really do. I mean, we're kind of getting handcuffed when we get the puck. We have no speed. We're trying to have 1v5 break-in. We're going to a 3v5 break-in, because once you send it up to the forwards and we're not past any layer on their team because they're all holding blue line, what can we do? We're trying to fight through everybody. You can't dump and chase unless you have speed too. You're just giving... You're basically just going to give puck possession away. It's one of the toughest skill gaps to learn, and I haven't even mastered it myself. I'm going to be the first to tell you that. The break-ins as a defenseman are the toughest thing for me to master myself. I don't think... So, again, it's kind of tough, right? To perform, I'm not going to... Here's the thing, too, right? If you think that I'm being... If I'm, not... let's see. I don't know how to put it. If I'm being too aggressive with the feedback and I kick you out and you think it was unfair or unjust, you can DM me on Discord, explain what you were doing, what you were seeing, and I will make the call from there. If I tell you no, I tell you no. If I tell you yeah, I tell you yeah. But it's only to basically get... I don't know. Kind of tough to explain right now. So I gotta see. Let's see. So, see, this is why are people not hearing me or something? All right, so we got... Let's see, the guys on my seat. I need Teal from the opposite team to join me. I need the right winger that was on the opposite team. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, to join me. So, Viper, I need you on my side. I need... I think I got the guy added, right? Don't I? Let's see, I got him. I don't even know who... Yeah, so Viper's here. Is he just not appearing online? Hang on a second. Let me send this guy a DM. All right. But yeah, we're going with the same group. It's just we're switching teams. Unless the guys are not. It looks like the other guys are set. I need... Who do I need? JC Pence is here. Got there. All right. I need Teal and I need Miller to stay. If he was... Yeah, the goalie is fine. The goalie is fine. The reason I'm not going to switch out the goalie... Yeah, so again, if you're not in the chat, like, come on. This is like... Now I got to, like, tell you, like, pretty much everything. Through, like, a DM or something. So the point, again, just to try to reiterate what we're doing here, is the goal is to get to my team. You're trying to... You're competing against the opposite position that you're playing against. on the opposite side. So right winger on my side is competing against the right winger on the opposite team, right? Whoever performs better, if you're on my side, you stay on my side for the next game. If you're on the other team and you perform better, you then move to my side. Now, if we play this team again and it's the same kind of outcome, we're gonna get new guys in. This is I'm offline. This is I'm online. Let me invite him. Unless maybe I think it's Xbox. I am offline. I'm only using EA because we have some PlayStation guys there too. So, but Miller, I don't know if he's still in the stream. Hopefully he is. He can still stay. Otherwise we need another G to be on my side. As far as goalies, man, again, like you'll get more chances because like it's tough for me to judge a goaltender. So I do these streams every Friday. I've been doing it since the start of the year, so they've already been planned. It's funny because the guys that I'm playing Caps Gaming with next week, they wanted to play today, but I'm like, bro, I already had a live stream planned. And of course, you know, I was around all week basically, and they had other shit going on, so. So you just flop the wingers? What do you mean? Hacks positional. What a freaking term, eh? Hags goalies. Maybe a little bit. I need a goalie now. I don't know. I don't know about the other guy. I need a G. Anybody in chat that can play G? You guys can join off me. Add me if you don't already have me added. Hack Attack 34, as you see. I need a goalie. Same code and everything. So once I get somebody, we'll be able to play. Okay. We got Mantis. All right, let's go. So again, same style. Trap defense. Let them come to us. Both sides should be able to simulate that. Because ideally, right, I want us to play how I would draw it up, basically, right? This is kind of like a known thing. If you play LG, trap is like a known thing. A controlled breakout is a known thing when you get to the higher levels. I think in CHL, it's not really seen so much. So that tells me, you know, experience level. If you have no experience with, you know, league or anything like that, it's going to be tough for you to kind of stand out, you know? So it's not so if you want to get in, we might be able to switch guys out in the next game. I'm not sure. This is kind of like a starting point. So this is like, I didn't know it was going to be, I was going to switch everybody out. But so I don't know. It's kind of tough because I don't really know how the wingers were really doing. I just know they weren't, some of the stuff was kind of like we weren't moving the puck as quick. As in the offensive zone, quick puck movement should be key. In terms of rotations and stuff like that, right? That should be seamless. Chemistry is a big thing offensively, so trying to keep it simple is like key. Defense-wise, being able to man mark, that should be based on what you're reading. There's not a lot of chemistry that goes into defense in terms of, I mean, there's like specific plays, but you should be able to know exactly who you're covering based on what they give you, right? So man marking should not require much. Chemistry-wise, in terms of breakouts, yeah, so it may be lacking there. But if we keep it simple, that's all I'm really looking for. The reason I was getting on a defenseman last game, we couldn't even simulate an attempt to try to, like, get into the zone. Like, we did it one time, I think. And we got in. We set up a play, but then we couldn't, you know, get a shot off. So it's, I don't know. See, all right there, like right there was already that much better, right? All right, now the winger's not playing. What is he doing? That's the thing too. If you're not even gonna play, you're automatically gone, man. I mean, this is Esports Tryouts, right? This ain't just play and play, right? I mean, it is, but I'm gonna kick you out pretty quick. If this guy lags out, we're gonna stop the game. I'm not gonna fucking continue with an AI. We're gonna stop the game, get somebody else, and then we can queue right back up. Good play. Grab defense. Let's see what they do. I mean, it's tough, right? Because you got nobody here. Where the hell? Okay, now he's playing. That should not have came 5 minutes in, man. I mean, I don't care. You gotta be here. Even if you DM me, I mean, I'm not gonna hold up the line, man. It's either you're in or you're out. Threat analysis 37%. Get out of here. Now EA Sports Tryouts tells me what he thinks. Again, I'm not like pissed off. I know it kind of comes off that way. I mean, it's not even like I'm trying to give like a bare bones type of like bar right now where it's like it doesn't take much. Even if it's not clean, if we're simulating what I want us to simulate, then we should be fine. Like, I'm not going to kick anybody out for just poor play from that margin, you know? If you could simulate, so that's a good trap from Blue, right? He's standing where he needs to be, right in front of him at the blue line, and he got it, right? Like, that's all I need to see from Blue when it comes to the trap defense there. I kind of have to do it late, guys, just because if I'm not going to say the guy's going to stream snipe me, I don't think, right? But if I flick the D-pad late, I want both of the wingers to come in. Or I guess the winger on the inside of the ice to come in. The winger on the boards can go up the ice. We will call that the board play. On in front, nice. You got it. I'm with you. Going down low. Out in front. Good play. Maybe a goal line feed. Not bad. That's a good offensive play. I'm not enough rotation back. Should be fine defense-wise. Yep. Exactly where we need to be. I got beat right to the middle there. Good play from that guy. I'm not even sure what spot he's playing. Good defense. Good quick puck movement up there too. See, now we're starting to quickly transition it back up. This is what you want to see. Nice. Defense are getting involved now. Tough on that one. Should be fine though. Somebody back check. Support through the middle. Back check in there. I try to find him. That's on me for that one. Back to the point. They'll work a D to D. Just looking for a rebound. Ooh, good try. There it is. There we go. Good play. Good forecheck. Good battle. Having them in their zone. I gotta try to keep the comms up. Like, the thing is, it's tough, right? Because I'm trying to analyze, was it 11 other guys? Technically 9 other guys. We're just only counting skaters. So it's like, and I'm trying to, you know. So I don't know. I know it's kind of a lot on my plate. I'm trying to give you guys the best look possible. A lot of times, if I'm really locked in, I go silent. I don't really want that to happen. But we'll see if I keep the vibes up while I'm playing. It's also with the centerman, like, I'm not really like concentrating in terms of what I'm doing at the centerman spot in terms of the face-off circle. It's a bad step from the defenseman. Out in front, scored. That whoever was that who took that should have been more just man marking me, playing over the top. You guys had the 2-on-2 rush. it turned into a 2-on-1. It kind of put the other defenseman in a very tight spot. You trap defense. Goes D to D. Yep, this is where we can step. Nice. Back up quick. I could have maybe found blue. We don't want to go offside, though. That's something where, I mean, I probably could have. There was enough time for me to swing it to him. There was definitely enough time for me to swing it to him. But it is still a sort of control factor, right? Where you get to the blue line, you anticipate a pass. You should not go offside pretty much ever. I mean, it's chemistry goes into it. Nice. That was good. Good. Working it back to the defenseman. Working it down low, back to the slot. Good pass. Good pass. Was that a penalty on me? Penalty shot. Was that my guy that was covering? I don't even remember, bro. That might have been my guy. Yeah, it is my guy. Did he come from the freaking right side and then left? He wasn't even coming down the middle. That's on me. But it is also... So trap defense is kind of a tough thing, right? Because it is man-to-man. But there is the defenseman help in terms of playing over the top on the play. You guys don't have to hold blue line as much as we do as forwards. So all you guys got to do is pretty much stay over the top. We should be able to handle the back. Nice. See, that's exactly what you want to do as far as Teal. He can strike when he's in range as long as he's attacking from an inside position over the top of the player, right? So he's doing it again, right? Exactly what Yellow's doing, staying over the top. We're completely fine with that. We should be in good man mark position, and then we just handle it through the inside as appropriate. So that's all we need to do there, right? If we can't hold blue line on every single play, that's fine, right? That's not the goal, right? We're not going to be able to, because sometimes the quick transition beats that. But we should not get beat over the top. I do want to look back at that goal, though. Because that is my guy. I could have been able to stay a little bit better over the top on him. See if I can sauce that. Whoa! Good defensive play there on that one. I was trying to force that. That was I don't know. Once at a time, try to throw a Caleb Williams tuck to the end zone. In the freaking fourth quarter against Green Bay. That was the type of throw I was trying to send. Why are we showing a penalty shot goal? All right, hang on. So, I want to go back to that goal. Because, I can't. Because it wasn't a goal. It was a freaking penalty shot. Fuck. I don't even know. Can I... So that doesn't count? Wait, did he not take a shot? Damn, whatever. It's alright, though. I think... I could have stayed more over the top on it. It is still something that defensemen can anchor themselves to. All right, second period. Nice. We're in. So they are playing back, and then they're lining up body checks, right? So it's either we get it, we move it quick if we can. I'll try to cut towards the strong side if we do find a winger. As far as the other side, chat, let me know who you guys think is standing out and who is not. I'm not necessarily looking super hard on the other side. There was a good pass on the breakout, that one play that led to the penalty shot. As far as what the other guys are doing, I don't really have eyes on that right now. I need you guys to help me out with that. 2-1-2. Good defense. Good defense. I'm playing up high. Over the top if I can. I'm on that. You guys got it. I'm on low bar. Kind of trailing up high. I'll cut. That's tough. We got it, though. Man, nice dive, though. Now, I'll appreciate the effort on that. Rotation. That should be my guy. Help, though, through the inside. I'll mirror him. I didn't have much bar, though. We're fine with that. Nice. That was a good defensive rotation. I didn't have the bar to really stay over the top on that play, but I kept to the outside. That's all we really need to do there. D to D pass. They're finding it late. We could definitely hold blue line a little bit better on the boards. Through the middle shot. Okay, now they rotate back. Let's see what they're doing. They go back to D. So now I think they're talking a little bit. They may be talking a little bit. They're definitely doing better than last game. Maybe it was me. Good play. Holy frick. Hang on a second. This team's starting to adjust. They worked it down low. I don't know exactly who I was on. I gotta win draws. We can hold the blue line a little bit better, guys. We can literally stay right up on them. Hold the blue line a little bit. Nice. Quick up. Behind you. Better work it up. Give you guys a little bit of an option. Cut play. Try to find them. A good try. And now they're starting to carry it up a little bit. They go back to D, so we should be able to have that unless they have speed on us. Quick transition. Out in front. Nice cut. Defenseman can step. I'm on that rotation. Left side. Over the top. Well, we should be able to cut. Nice. Perfect defense. Yellow can go up. Well, you don't have the bar for it. It's fine. Here we can rotate it back. Defenseman should have it right now. Give it back to the defense. We're fine with the way we did it, right? Quick passes. If we can't find an immediate play. I might be able to work it up. Maybe. I don't know. Through the middle of the ice. Sometimes when defensemen work it. I mean, I don't know. I should just go back to where I think. I saw that, though. Here we can keep them. Here we can keep them. And I don't know what happened to my guy. I should be able to rotate back behind those defensemen. We're fine there. What penalty? What happened there? Oh, trip. It's all good. It's all good. Although I think that's the second trip by Viper. He had one in the first game. We don't want that. If we're down to like a trip a game, that's not the right mentality we want to have. So here, PK, I don't really go over this, or haven't gone over it. I'm basically going to cover whichever way yellow goes, I'm going to cover his inside. You should be able to have teal and the left winger sort of, nice. See, 50 seconds. I'm going to cover inside, he's covering outside. We're fine here. 24 seconds left. See how they carry it. They work it up. Should be able to stay over the top on that if we can. To the inside, I should be able to have that. I got beat to the inside. Shot. Quick around if we can. Yep, you can carry it. I'm behind him. Ooh, good play on that. They all collapsed on that. Crazy. Good slap shot around. It was a little bit too far. We're fine with that. All right. It's a little bit more evenly matched. Sometimes too, right? If a team gets up to a lead early on. I'm not going to lie. I do believe in ice tilt. Where bounces go to the team that's winning a lot. A little bit more close. So there are some adjustments made. And you guys could be talking to each other too. If you guys are in game chat. I am starting to see D passes from the opposite two defensemen. Right? Something they weren't doing in the beginning. We also didn't really have you know, much speed going in. So it was a little bit tough. But it's a 2-2 game. I can't really say too much in terms of anybody playing bad. I mean, I think this third period will clear it up. This is going to be the toughest part because, again, I'm trying to analyze both sides while also catering to my own. But these are kind of the things that I'm trying to do. You know, I could, you know, break down a game and point out pretty much everything, right? But it's like seeing it fast pace, playing to the speed of the game, trying to also then analyze it in terms of who's doing what and what. A lot of the reason I'm playing center is because a lot of the rotations and the choices that I make come from what I'm reading on the ice. It requires, I think, the most in terms of the, in terms of like what you're seeing. Good, this is a good try. Working it down low. Forecheck. Try to get it. I freaking. Yeah. See, that's one of the interference penalties you don't want to see, eh? Try to centering pass. I try to get the tap. And then, of course, my guy gets launched into the guy to hit him. I mean, that's a control failure for me. To be clear, though, as a forward, I don't consider myself esports ready. If I'm playing defense, that's another story. But center is like my second best. And so let's see how you guys are doing. Now I can look at you guys. Good trap. Letting them come to us. Till they break it in. Working it up. Speed into the zone. Broke right away. Kind of tough PK wise. I know we have like lanes and stuff. If it's not clear, I mean, it is actually clear. The two inside guys should be the guys staying over the top. The two outside guys would be more so man-to-man on the forward on that side, like playing outside leverage, but man-to-man. We'll rotate it back. Quick up. Good try. We're in the zone. We're shot. Ooh, try to get the rebound. Couldn't. See how we stay over the top here. Nice. I got to work down low. I got to handle the inside. I was able to block the shot. I almost had two guys I almost had to cover. Another inside play. Nice defense on that. Quick transition. I think he tried to find Green, but it just puck didn't want to go that way. It's all right, though. He's trying to work it in himself. Kind of has no... Really should have no chance against the trap. I forced a friggin' pass too hard, I think, in close proximity. That's why I couldn't get to Viper. We got that good step, rotation. See, you guys can step if you choose to. If I read it, you know, I should be able to rotate behind you guys. Should be really an issue. Ooh. And maybe send me a little bit of a forecheck here. Nice, good step. Yeah. Shot, rebound. Oh, good defense. That's center on me for that. Good defense there. Man mark. So we're doing a good job. Both teams are starting to look a little bit better of the game. It's also kind of tough too because it's first game on, right? So like, you're not always going to do the best in the beginning. Sometimes you need a little bit of a wake-up call, you know? Sometimes you make a drastic change in the team that you know, you kind of get on those guys and you start to a little bit play. You start to play a little bit better. It does seem like the transition game is a little bit better from the opposite team. A little bit more control. Yep, that's another good pass. And you stole that from me too. So you guys are forechecking, they're pressing. I'm gonna cut. Try to back pass it to him. That's all right. Here we'll like Try to recover some. All right. There it's like, I don't know. It's like we're getting the speed, but we're not getting the like burst of speed that we want to get. Wheels also, you know, has like some kind of factor into that. Nice try though. And since we no longer have wheels, it does make it tougher to sort of burst through the trap. This, I think, makes it more so in favor of the teams that decide to trap, because there isn't that burst of speed. You could use Send It. I think it opens up the conversation for Send It. He one-on-one there, he's able to get it. I was on sort of the second guy. I still could have helped, not made it so much of a one-on-one type play. In front, rebound, shot. No, man, he made 3 big saves. Was crowing. Okay, the defense are holding it now. You see how they're choosing to hold it. You see how you guys are getting to the neutral zone before you guys make a pass? You guys weren't doing that before. Try to just work it in himself. You guys weren't doing that before, right? So we back off a little bit. It's just there isn't that extra bit of speed. You guys are kind of like playing horizontal hockey to then get into the zone. If we had a tighter coverage, like sort of seeing that, I do think one of the defensemen that are hanging back could actually jump up and hit the defenseman trying to carry it into the zone. If we're man-to-man with the forwards, we're not going to be able to account for the defenseman taking it in. But we should be able to then be back in case you guys do step up. Yeah, and more so, I'm looking at myself for that type of rotation. Wingers are not going to be able to do that. Or maybe they could, but it's not really going to be seen. So if the defenseman tries to carry it and he plays horizontal hockey, one of the defensemen, the guy on that side, can step and hit him. That gives I give you guys the full clearance on that. Stay over the top if they're trying to beat you with speed, but once they stop and the defenseman then takes it, you guys can then step and hit them. If I can maybe simulate that or go back to when that occurred, we can stop them almost every time, unless they just somehow break through. But it's like this type of play, right? It's this type of play where we're man to man, but once they stop, now this guy's controlling it. Somebody can press them. I should be able to rotate behind you guys if you do step, because we don't have an on-man rush at that point. We have the numbers back. Which is another reason why doing that horizontal hockey won't work, because guys will step on you. Or will attempt to step. Looking for the rebound, backhander. Good try there. I can't even break free. Over the top. Shot. Gonna work it down low. Looking for the tip. And it's in the back. And then how did that? What the hell happened? That was a weird type of deflection. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Weird type of deflection. Like I got like soaked into that, and then it goes off the post. Oh, nice. Wow. A good jam play in front. Now that one is a little bit tough because it was an even match. It's tough to say whether who outperformed the next. Both defensemen played a little bit better there. I do think the right defenseman on the opposite team was the main guy controlling the puck. I don't really think the left D really had it much. I think he stepped a few times in the wrong direction. What do you guys think? I'll give you guys the call on the opposite team. As far as my guys, nothing they did was too crazy to the point where I'm going to say, no, you guys weren't performing well. It was a close game, right? Yeah, what? Oh my gosh, bro. This is EA Sports. Buy more EA luck, I guess. Like, I don't understand this. First of all, do I deflect it through his freaking legs? Somehow, some way, off it goes. How do I have that type of hand-eye coordination where I can deflect a puck that's already deflected? That's a double deflection. Goes off the post then, and then he just soaks up the rebound. One guy has to get rotated out each match. I can't have the same match. I can't have the same matchup. Anybody in chat, or else I'm just gonna make the call. Somebody tell me a player on the opposite team besides the goaltender, obviously, because we can't have that. I mean, obviously, Crowley, I don't know why you'd even pick him. Somebody in chat, tell me a position, or I'm gonna make the call. I'm gonna keep the guys on my side. Keep 4 players on the opposite team. One guy has to get rotated out. That's one of my rules, because I need to. It can't be the same group. It's not a matter of keeping the same team together. If nobody makes the call, you guys can say it. It's nobody's saying anything, right? Like, it's not a bash towards anybody. I'll even say it to myself. I wasn't playing up to par in terms of how I would need to play, but the bar is not set in terms of as high as I would want it to be set. It's also to the point where you have to have a system within your team. The more you play with each other, yeah, you would develop that. But we're looking for quick looks to get other guys in as well. That was a close game, and it looked decent. I could start. I mean, if I raised the bar, I could be tossing guys, even on my side. I make the cut. Okay, I'm gonna choose the left D on the opposite team. So I don't know who that was. It's no hard feelings, obviously. Again, if we do this, we kind of have to have a little bit of a thick skin. It's not that guy's cut entirely. He can join back at a later time. Right now, I want somebody else in to play left D. Anybody around to play left D? There's a D in the scrims chat. Okay. Who? Hopefully he's in the stream, and I don't have to tell him through DM. I would hate to do that, right? You guys were starting to work it a little bit better in the offensive zone, even in the neutral zone, but the breakouts were only controlled from the right D on the opposite team. He worked D to D a few times, but it was all the right D. He was starting to play a little bit better. There's a few bad steps from Teal on that, you know. Yeah, I don't know. It's you kind of have to perform at least a little bit. Like, from a simple standpoint, he did okay, but it's not up to par, man. I don't know how else to say it. Who is... But honestly, I don't want you guys to feel like bad if you tell somebody to get out. All right, I'm gonna tell this guy to get in. Although he may not be right D though. He's a right winger. Wait, okay, no, never mind. No, he is a... Wait. No, that's the other guy. Okay, so I need Chivalry to back out if he hasn't already. Okay, he has. Never mind. Again, here's the deal, right? It's not cutting anybody. It's just getting other guys in. The rule that I have here is that somebody has to get cut. And if the problem is, right, this is again why I need you guys to have eyes, because I may have screwed, you know, it may have been an unjust cut because I'm not keeping tabs 100% on the opposite team. You guys can cut whoever you want on the opposite team. Like, even the guys playing can say, hey, I want this guy to get out if you want. Because it also reflects the guys on your side. Because if I have to make the cut, that's where it becomes a little bit like it's a thin line where it may be a little bit unfair. But, I mean, I don't know how else to do it. There's a lot of guys that we have signed up for the lineups Discord, right? So, or you know, for esports tryouts, to get them all in, you know, and also guys in chat, like, it's not very easy. I want to keep the games moving as much as we can. So he's in. Hang on a second. We got the wrong guy joined. Hang on a second. Andrew, you can't join, bro. I already told the other guy. This is why I have the other stream. This is why I have the other stream up. Because somebody tried to join the opposite team that wasn't even playing that position. You can't have that. And if that happens more than once, that guy will get cut. I'm not even gonna fucking deal with that shit. I should have actually cut the right wing on the opposite team because he didn't play for the first 5 fucking minutes. But this is where, like, I didn't actually think of that in time. Is this stream? I think I'm behind on the stream. It showed him in the DR, and all of a sudden it didn't. Like it, like, jump cut to like a further point in time. Again, it's no hard feelings. Nothing, you know. It is the way it is. Yeah, no, Andrew, come here to do that. I decide who gets in. Nobody, you know, we're not gonna have a bunch of random guys joining, because then it's not even gonna count towards you, or it actually might, right? If you are signed up and you're playing a position that you're not comfortable with, you have to be playing. You should be signed up. First of all, if you're playing, you should be playing your position that you should be playing. If you're a right D and you're playing left D, right, that could screw you still, because you may not be comfortable left side. But first of all, if you're playing right D and you join and you play left wing, I'm gonna count that as that is your esports, like, skill level. Like that, I'm counting that. And it's not even gonna work towards you then if you're not even signed up for that position. It's not a matter of just getting the guys in. I want to get the guys in that want to play the spot that they're playing. We're just waiting for these guys to load back up. This is also, again, like, nobody here is going to make the team off of that one point. Like, this is for a further point in time to get to the next phase. There's a lot of guys, so I have to have some kind of process to do this. If you guys think this is tedious, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. There's a whole community of guys I'm trying to get through. I'm doing this because I want Hackpack to be a team where we do it kind of like the right way. You know, if I was going to say, let's play esports, who wants to play? And then I get all the guys that told me, hey, let's play. How would I decide who wants to play? And even still, it's like finding the right guys. Like, even the team that I'm playing with currently, we don't have enough reps in with each other. It's just going to be all like, hey, what can we do naturally as we're playing? Ideally, if we're going to play esports, the ideal scenario is, depending on your skill level, the system you have, and the chemistry you have with the guys, should be roughly 3-4 months of grinding the game, like 3-4 times a week. Scrims, all that kind of stuff, looking back at film. If you want to get to that next level, that's like what I think you have to do. Guys that don't do that and just kind of playing, hey, let's just play, just to play, you're gonna get screwed. The reason the same fucking 3 teams win esports after esport event is simply because they do it better than the rest. You know, like, no team challenges them the right way. Everybody's like, yeah, let's just play. Right? Half the teams are nobodies anyway, because they don't have they don't have chemistry over the top teams. Like, it's insane. I hate watching that too. Like, it's just, oh, the same team. Oh, they won again. They won again. Oh, I wonder why. And honestly, every team that I played with up to this point, I played through, I would say, roughly 4, maybe 3 events. I'll just say 3, because we technically did 4, but one was like literally 2 days, and I'm not even gonna count that one. But each team that we had, there was always something. We never grinded it the right way. I felt like. There was always, like, you know, we either just didn't. I don't know. A whole bunch of things. I'm not even gonna go into it, but it's still like the not ideal scenario. We're gonna go in, And it's like this last second, who wants to play type shit. Oh yeah, I can get this guy. It's like, okay. We're still looking for a left D too. For Caps, I think. I think the guy said they had somebody, but then the guy said he didn't have somebody. So it's like, okay. So I think but then I'm like, okay, because I was going to get one of my guys in, and then they said, no, we have this other guy. It's like, okay, now he's not in. It's like, okay, what the f are we doing? Are we in? Are we out? Like, so I have no idea, man. It's like insane. If it's West Coast servers, that's actually gonna be ridiculous. That would have to mean that the majority of the guys here are West Coast. I think if it tries to find the server that most guys are in, or like their best server. I think that's how it goes. Or maybe not. Maybe it's just like room leader or something. But I know for a fact that first game I played was not Central. That last game we played was Central. All right. Let's get into it. The same idea. We should be a little bit more familiar. I'm gonna raise the bar a little bit. Because now we've played a little bit. We should know how we're gonna position, right, throughout the ice. Let's see how it looks. Yep. Here we do want to rotate back. If a winger gives it back to the defenseman and the opening draw, we should rotate all the way back. That should be like a automatic thing that the defensemen are doing. And again, just to reiterate that, we go all the way back to basically our slot area, like for the defensemen, carry all the way back to the circles. We then rotate behind our blue line, and then we try to skate it up. In this case, since we're not rotating, we can beat them. Right? Or we can just try to get in. Shot on, looking for a rebound. They're on there. Trying to be in front. I'm forcing the play, man. I gotta start shooting. Man-to-man coverage, trap defense. That's actually not the same. But a defenseman can step in that area when they slow down. I try to snipe him. I may have had green there, man, if I sent that to him. Yeah, blue cutting back door. That forces the defenseman more so on the backdoor option. And then I think green, if I held up a little bit, would have been open left side. That's on me. When we start looking at like more close, like I'm playing center because again, I want to improve more at this position. Nice step. See, that's what we're talking about. I mean, you don't have to do that, but you can. You want to close down the freaking boards? Do that. Just make sure that you don't miss. I'm gonna go right post. See, I got to figure out offensive zone positioning. If the defensemen walk it to the slot, I'm going. Well, then they're gonna know what I'm doing. It kind of just is what it is at this freaking point. And I just stopped Theo too. Wow, outstanding. Good try. Good step. I don't have any stamina though. Another reason too, like it shouldn't. Yeah. So like what yellow did was perfect, right? He can go up if he has the bar to do so, right? Like, the defensemen have the free will to go up and play offense. I want you guys to actually start doing that. Both teams' defensemen pick moments to go up in the rush. You guys should be able to fill lanes when you see your forwards not filling lanes. Because that's how you can develop an even quicker transition. If, like, a defenseman steps, he should then stay up, right? To then try to join the rush if they get that puck. And somebody who's rotating behind them. Nice. Good take. Should then rotate behind them. Like forwards should be able to rotate seamless with the defenseman. Same idea, vice versa. Defensemen rotate with forwards. We need quicker. We need quicker transitions on both sides. I will say that. We get this spot, we gotta rotate it back. It's kind of tough too because it's like stream delay. I know when I say things, it's gonna be delayed. But I'm just kind of saying, nah, it's on me. I'm just trying to say like what we got. Yeah, perfect step. You see how that? Now we get the puck. There's no way he can carry that puck in. He had nobody else to get that. Fuck. That was on me. That's a bad pass, honestly. Yep. You guys can step as long as we have the rotation back. Here it should be given to the defenseman. And then we, you know. So the forwards typically... Nice. Good step. Rotation. See, now we're starting to play hockey. Now, yep, Green playing basically left D for the rush until Teal can get back into play. And then we have that. I should have stepped on the bastard. Played slot area. Didn't know if Teal was going to necessarily push, but that's still technically my spot. Ideally, on that type of rotation, once Teal gets back into the rush, Green can then basically press the puck here and work back to the point. Because we should have then the back check in place. By then, right? Teal technically is the back check. He then can work all the way back to his spot. It doesn't have to be necessarily seamless entirely. Like, we don't expect Teal to then play Green, like to play point to that for that, you know, point in time. You know, if that makes sense. Nice. Good play. Good cut, Green. I was going to work it down low. They played it nice, but that's the kind of cut play you want to see from the forward. I do like Green's positioning. If I'm just looking at... I know he's on the stat sheet, right? I'm not trying to just point him out because he's scoring. The way he's kind of moving, the way he rotated too. Teal's looking good. I want to see... Yeah, I want to see Yellow start breaking out some pucks. I got to pick a... I mean, it's tough, right? They are playing the lanes quite well. The look of what you're going for is exactly what I want to see. Making that, you know, pass when I'm getting to the blue line. So if the pass doesn't go through, I'm not going to give a negative to the defenseman breaking it out. What I want to see, like, I'm trying to give you guys an expectation. It's not so much the performance individual. It's just about like trying to work what you have to do within the system. So if we're gonna trap, I want to see you position yourself well on the trap. Step when you need to. Make the slight adjustments when it's there. You know, little things like that. It doesn't have to be great every time, you know? If you're stepping at the wrong times, if you're not rotating, if you're getting beat around the bend, things like that, like, those things are simple things that should be focused on more. Like, if you look at the goals, the 2 goals we had, you can look at the defensemen at that, you know, in terms of what they're doing. So, like here, one of the defensemen got beat straight out. This is a bad poke check, I would say, because he turned around the poke check. He was already positioned himself perfect. He's staying over the top. He doesn't have to strike at all. He's got his defenseman teammate there, right? I just hit the same play. This play here is kind of like just seeing the backdoor option. I think the defenseman leaked. I don't know if that's the center who did that. The right D on that opposite set should have been more so locked on to Green that cut. See if I can win a draw here. Oh, I'm ass at the game. And Danny did a... He would have won regardless. And I'm missing checks. It's tough too because I'm like really just looking at everybody else besides what I'm doing. Green's high, I'm going... Or Green's low, I'm going high. I don't know if that kind of screwed up the rush there though, but we're fine. Over the top. I'm in the... I can play rotation there. Quick up. Green's at full bar. I'm kind of lagging behind a little bit. Good try. Staying with it. Ooh, he's to the race. Nice. Stay over the top there. Yep, this could be a rotation bag. Let Teal get back up. Nice. Good find. able to get on by. Kind of tough there. I think yellow got caught in a tight spot. But the rotation back, right? I'm able to rotate behind yellow. I have to be able to do that. Man mark here. Trap defense. Not really man mark. Unless unless we're trying to play a trap defense that is man-to-man with the fours on the forwards. And then the defenses play over the top. That is actually what I like to do more. Like, if we have the ability to do that. Good find there. Good shot, good drive. Don't have the rush. I probably could have went up. Oh, nice. Love to see that. I try to work it back to heel, but it's kind of a tough thing. Like, it's tough to find forwards going back up into the, you know, if we get it in the neutral zone. Damn. I'm going to cut down low. Out in front. Good play there. Staying high was blue. Good pass down low. Didn't want to just work a pass that's getting forced. Good step. I was in the rotation there. In case it still went through. I mean, we don't have to play so far back when we're trapping. You guys notice where I'm at? Whenever they get it in the neutral zone, I'm like at the red line practically. Like the wingers can play up a little bit if they want to. Good pass. That's a good timed pass. Score. Good play. What's up, Skillsy? Going good. Going good so far. Nice. That's kind of tough because I do think that defenseman was there. I mean, how do you play that, right? That is a little bit tough. I'll have to look back at that because that type of positioning, it's like you have to almost be practically perfect. That's a cut to the slot or cut to the middle, right? Good try. Work it up. Over the top on that. Nice. Quick transition. And they man mark that. You should be fine. Should be fine. You can't get it. Oh, that was there. Good play. Oh, I think green was there. Blue. I think he was there. Yep. Yep. Definitely. Yeah, that's a good job there from yellow. Right, being able to see that as soon as if he wants to keep doing that, right? That should never really go in, for being honest. Because he should have no speed to wiggle his way in. Like, I can't really break off because I'm playing against the centerman. If we are doing, I mean, I'm playing man-to-man against them, regardless if it's trap or forecheck. Unless I'm the guy forechecking, but... Good try. Ooh, the puck was on the goal line. Unless maybe he got it, but then the whistle blew and he just let it go. I'm gonna need help, guys, in the chat from the opposite team again. I think what we're doing here, if I raise the bar again, I think blue, we can move the puck a little bit quicker on some of those plays when you have it on the right side. We're winning the game. You scored too. I'm not gonna discredit that. Trap defense, you're fine. Some of those passes to the slot, I think you can't force. I know you sometimes want to control it and make it, maybe take a shot. I'm just looking at it from that standpoint. The defense are playing good over the top. Green's playing well on the left side. Face-offs, not too bad there. I don't know. I was gonna look at a play, but on the opposite team, I don't know. I can't really see exactly. You guys gotta let me know what's going on, man. Like, don't be afraid to tell me what you guys think. We have to get at least one guy out, if not more. 3-goal lead right now. Nice, fine. Control there. See, if we look back at the goals, if I don't know and we don't have a choice, I'll look back at the goals and make the call then. I do think the center, at times, the guy across from me, there's a few times he tries to step when we are carrying it through the neutral zone. He could play a little bit more man-to-man on me. See how he's kind of stepping? That pass is jumping to me, or he got it. It's not very effective if he had a little bit more patience. So here we can get that. Man, are you kidding me? I try to find blue. That's on me. I got the high guy, 2 high guys in front. He got it. Well, he just got right back and scored. He intercepted the puck in the neutral zone. A couple plays later, then he tucks it in. So when I look closer at him, he got me. Yep. Although, yeah, he can play a little bit tighter to me when he does hang back. Because it was like an easy break in there. He does it again, right? He tries to go up. And he does. That is what guys will sometimes do. They'll try and jump cut the pass because they know the timing. Not really like rocket science to like see the timing, right? When guys are typically controlling it a certain way. Throw it low. Rebound. Good step. We got the man rotation back. He works it to the other side. Staying over the top on him. Fine there. He's stead. I probably could have read that. I went up to him. I saw that. That was a good move, though. Nope, you guys can't fucking press. You guys can't press. You guys can't press. I don't know. This rush should be us right now. Like, you remember, we're playing a scrim. You can't dunk regardless of how much you're down in the game. I don't know if we did it earlier. I don't think we did. But if you guys give it to us, you got to give us time to freaking set up. You guys should be getting back. I think there is a rule where if you go behind the like slot or the hashes, you could technically push, but not all guys were back before that happened. You can't just get there and then turn right back up. I don't think I've seen anybody do that. But you guys will have to start pressing. You guys are down now, right? The opposite team I'm basically referring to. Because they're down by 3, third period. I probably should have called it sooner, but 2 guys should now be pressing. Typically, so that's another. Yeah, like Red, the way Red plays the trap, he plays it 1 of 2 ways. He'll either try and jump cut the pass, meaning he'll go up into me, or he'll try to like cut the lane off, or he'll just play back and allow me to basically cut freely through the middle. If you could play tighter to me, Red, on the opposite team, that's what I'm looking for. Nice, good try there. I have to figure out where I need to be. Damn, what a throw! Bonus points for jumping up. No, I'm just kidding. We are allowed to press. We could press because the goalie didn't have it. Had full pressure here. Good try. If you guys throw it, yeah. If you guys get to the slot, right, I'm gonna probably go back post. Or to the right post. Good try, good jump. Yep, try to leak in early a little bit. That's just a lack of chemistry. I think he saw the guy go up, and then he pulled back, but the guy was taking a slap shot already. That's where, like, comms would be needed. But, yeah, it's kind of tough regardless. It's still, like, being able to see that play. Like, I don't, like, that doesn't go against them. Yeah. That's all right. That one should be free into the zone. That's all right. All right, so I'm going to take a look at the goals. I got to rotate. I got to move that puck quicker. I'm going to take a look at the goals at the end of the game. I think everybody played decent enough on my side, I think. I could have moved it quicker to him. Look at that, blocking the shot, baby. I don't really know on the as far as the wingers go. I think I can hit the fucking goalie. Of course I did. Good play though. Of course I go right up into him. That's not a matter of switching up the teams. If you weren't here in the beginning, you don't know exactly what I'm doing then. I think you joined in late. Switch up the teams. I mean, switch up the teams, meaning getting other guys, you know, getting guys out and getting other guys in. What I'm trying to do is put the best guys on my team. So if there's guys that are performing bad, I'm going to get them out. Although I can't really say for sure the guys on my team are bad right now. You know what I mean? I'm going to take a look at the goals and kind of make the call there. Yeah, icon passing is weird, isn't it? I tried to icon as well. They may have actually nerfed that shit. Then they before they did it, and then they undid the patch. Maybe they patched it again. Okay, so this here, one of the defensemen on the opposite team will have to leave, just because that is left D staying over the top. Both guys though, kind of tough, right? I can understand the right D, not really. Go here. This is where that's the center, right? Which he is. Is he like in a rotation? No, he's not. He's playing middle. Played back, and then he was sort of on that. I don't know if that is what put this player out, because he's like, oh, well, I think you have that, but then he doesn't. That is technically right D's position. Red should have actually stepped on me. This should be me getting hit somewhere here to stop that play. Two guys, though. So all three defensemen, or both defensemen and the center, I would say just a little bit on that. Back to the point. One timer. I mean, it's a one-timer. It's fucking like that never goes in. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like it's not really up to the winger to stop a D-to-D-1T. Not gonna lie to you, unless he can react quick enough, which can happen. But some of these guys, I guess, could play tighter. But it's like if you're already back because of the rush, he went in for a damn hip check. That's why he was back a little bit. I can't really say that that's on the winger though. It's another one of those. So he does step here. Yeah, this is, I mean, I got caught. I mean, I was caught a little bit too, right? But for centerman position, especially anything to the middle here that cuts in is all on us, right? To stop. You can have back check help or like winger support on that. Technically, green from the opposite side could have went in towards him, right? Or towards me, I mean, right? To help out red. He's playing to the point. I'm willing to give up the point to help out anything down low. You should have almost 5 guys on the 3 players down low. Almost. Like, wingers could be here, right? A D-to-D one-timer I'm not concerned about. Really not. Defense-wise, it should be more collapsing. So red doesn't have to just play man-to-man to me, right? And the same should go on the opposite side as well. I don't want this to take too long, though. Like, that's the thing. You got beat through the middle. Broken play. I mean, I don't know how to really... This is like, game's already over. I don't know. Fuck, man. I'm gonna say left D get out on the opposite team. Right D can stay. I want to see another center play. Is the left winger on my team done for the night? If he is, he did play the best. I think he is done. So left winger on the opposite team can then join back and jump cut up. The left winger on the opposite team can join my team again. Because that's how it works. If you're on my side, I understand if you can't play till the end of the night. If you have to go, that's perfectly fine. You just allow, you know, that allows the other guy or the guy on the opposite team to then join my team. Depending on how you play, I evaluate what you did on the ice. So based on green, I'll have to make the call later on. I do think he played the best in terms of all the wingers. So he will get probably the full point on that. So we need who on the opposite side? We need 3 players, right? Yeah, we need a center, a left winger, and a left D on the opposite team. Anybody in chat want to play? You got to add Crowing's Crowing 427 is his EA name. If you pick left wing and you were a right winger, you could do that, but if you're not playing up to par, man, it's gonna show. Typically, too, wingers should be to their hand in it, like to their one-timer side. I don't want left wingers playing left, or I don't want left-handed players playing left wing, or, you know, same thing for that. If you could play both-handedness, that's fine. But you got to make sure that you're freaking, you know, on it then. We need 3 players now. I'm going to have to go back to the scrims and freaking get it. It's kind of like, again, like it's like a one and done thing for some, you know. I don't mean it to be that way. I have to get rid of some guys, right? We have to mix up the teams a little bit. Reason I'm giving red a pass or the yellow a pass on the opposite team, I think he controlled the breakouts a bit more and played a little bit better defensively. I did actually want to look back at that goal. I totally went past that actually, but I think he played decent defense to that point, and then it, like, you know, fucking sometimes the game doesn't want to go your way. But I'm the most harsh on defensemen typically because that is my best spot, and then it kind of goes to center and then wing. So winger position wise, I don't really have too much to say. So all All right. But in terms of the other side, again, if you can't finish out the night on the opposite team, I can't really give you any points, really. Like, it's... You kind of have to stand out, and nobody really necessarily stand out on the opposite team. We're going to need 4 guys. So, this is where, again, if we start getting rid of guys, you know, it's going to take a little bit longer to get the other games going. So, I'm going to go into the Discord. How many do we need? We need 4 guys. So, Andrew, you can pick right winger again. Or you can pick right wing like that since the guy left. We need a center. All right, we need left wing. C, right? Center. Left D, right? Let me see if I can get this chat. Anybody in chat that wants to play? Yeah, we need a left D. And I guess if I kicked you out at this point, you can come back in. I mean, it's one of those things where I'm like kind of experimenting. I don't know. Typically, if we had the personnel, the like the next man up type stuff. Then yeah, if I got you out earlier, you wouldn't be able to come back in that same session. But if we're down guys, we're gonna need to obviously use the same guys if you're around, if you're still there. So I'm gonna say left D. If you were in last game, you can come back, unless the guy that just in chat. Yeah, okay. So see, I don't know if your YouTube names are the same or not. You know, so yeah, whoever in the chat, if you're left D, you can add. Let's see. I don't know, how do I fucking put it? First of all, you should be in the Discord. So first thing down below, Discord. There's a Scrims channel. There, you got to add Crowing 427. He's on the opposite team, so you can join him. We can get guys in. I mean, it's gonna be first come, first serve, man. I think honestly we're doing fine. Like, the way you guys are playing on this side is fine. I still think defensemen can get more involved offensively. By now, you guys should have a sort of like a feel for when you can step in terms of when, like, how, based on how we're playing. So like for the right D example, if you, based on, you've seen now where blue is going, and you've seen where I've gone. You should be able to pick when you can step up and play offense, or step at the blue line and hit the guy, right? Or hit, you know, and like step up and hit. You know, I'll be able to rotate behind you if you take out the guy, you know, so there wouldn't be an issue there, as long as we had the numbers. So in terms of just playing the position, you can play, like, you're fine. In terms of playing defense, yeah, we need, anybody in chat, we need a left winger and a C. A new guy, preferably newer guys, instead of getting the same guys in. Because that's the thing, like, if there were a lot of guys that wanted to play, I didn't want you guys to like back away and not play anymore just because, you know, I kept the same guys in. That's also what I don't want to have happen. Yeah, center and the left winger. Let's see here. I don't know. I'm gonna probably set up like a feedback channel as well. You guys have any like suggestions or anything like that for how we can, if you guys like what we're doing here, or if you'd rather change it up, do it differently, kind of like how we did it before. This is still like, if I were to say the grind, this is still like phase 1, so it's kind of tough to be like, yeah, you know, these guys are gonna advance and move on. It's gonna, yeah, it takes a while to kind of get things going. You know, I need to know how you guys are playing. I need to see you guys, like, look at you guys closer. I need to see you guys play more than just once, right? And then say, yeah, let's, you know, try to get it going. If I'm gonna grade how we're all playing overall, there is definitely obviously room for improvement, even on my part. But you know, if I was to play, if we were gonna play scrims, I'd probably move back to right D. You know, maybe center. Like, I may be playing center as long as we had a right, you know, a right D that is you know, really good up to par, right? But that's down the line type stuff. The way you guys are playing is good enough right now. Yeah, I think it looks like it's fucking dead, man. Looks like it's fucking dead. That's the thing too, like, if we don't have the personnel, what we can do is drop the opposite team that we're playing and then just play pubs, and I can still grade you guys the same way, except now we're just playing with against random people. Not the best look, right? Because we could be facing shitters, we could be facing a good team, I guess. But you know, and then we would be facing other builds that are not associated with, you know, LG and all that kind of stuff. There was a few in the season pass, right? Then they add a bunch of builds, preset builds that are ridiculously fucking OP. I mean, I don't even understand why they're doing that. Yeah, you got a Matthew Tkachuk, 3 elite traits. Yeah. Yeah, right. Not only that though, you keep going, right? And you reach Rantanen. Quick release, one-timer. He's got all the shooting traits, right? Why not? Darlene, elite edges, or no? Is that send it or take? I don't even fucking know. The goalie build. I think it's a kind of McDavid build. You got elite wheels. You got blue elite edges. You know, like that combo you can't even have now is custom builds, right? You can't even have blue, like 2 blues. You know, for that. It's what we could be facing teams like that. Like, what is the point? Like, it doesn't make any sense. And you can't even look at it until you get to that point. But it's like, tell me the game's not pay to win at that point. Like, there's a reason why we don't have freaking builds like that in League, man. Like, ridiculous. It's kind of tough, man. I mean, yeah, I don't think we have enough. Anybody in chat that wants to play? Do you have enough or no? Because that's the thing too. It kind of defeats the purpose if we get random people to then fill the spots. Like, if you're a defenseman and you're then trying, you know, you're just gonna fill for left winger. That kind of defeats the purpose of like keeping it competitive. Like, we're not really getting competitive scrims in that at that point. We're not trying to just fill bodies. We're trying to look at you guys as a legit group, right? There's not really much we can do. We could play a couple pubs then, I guess, if we don't have personnel, which we don't really have the personnel right now. And I can still judge you guys that way, and then the guys, we just do it the same way. If I'm not liking a certain group of guys, then yeah. The idea, right, is to try to get it to a point. I mean, it kind of requires a lot of people. If you're going to go through people quick, you know, it would have to be that next man up type mentality, and you'd have to have almost, you know, 10, 11 guys on standby, because if you get rid of 6, you need 6, right? So it's not very easy to set up to keep it competitive. So I don't know. You guys let me know how this night went compared to the other nights. If you guys are fine, I think, yeah, we don't have enough guys. And I'm not trying to just get random guys to fill, man. Let's go to pubs then, I guess. Let's go to pubs. I mean, I don't know what else to do, you know? I'm not trying to just makeshift a game to play, you know? A lineup that's random and stuff, you know? If we don't have the personnel, we don't have it. But the same ruling applies then, you know? So the guys on the other team, I'll give the centerman that was across from me a half point because he was across from me. Or not really just because of that. The way he did play at times, I think he was good. So he'll get a half point. Basically, the way it works is, right, the guys that are on my team have the chance of getting a full point working towards, like, I'm going to set up like a channel with like a leaderboard status, right? And it's going to be like the guys that are performing at that position. So if all these guys, right, if they stay and they're doing well, they're going to get up 1 point. The max number of points that you get in any given night would be 1 point. If you're on the opposite team and you stay to the end, you know you're good enough to stay to the end, but you're on the opposite team, you then get a half point. Obviously, if you're across from me, you're not going to take my spot, so I'm not going to not give the other centerman that was across from me a fair like rating based off of where he's at, because he would have to stay on the opposite team. I'm gonna give him a full, at least a half point because on that point. But because we couldn't finish the night with the rest of the guys, I'm not gonna give him any points. I don't think anybody really stood out to me in terms of keeping it super competitive. That second game was a little more competitive, but then third game, it kind of did take over. There were gaps in the defense, etc. It's not easy, man. It's very easy to get behind the ball game, right? When you're kind of playing, right? Like for esports, you have to have almost very good, you know, awareness on the ice in terms of where you're playing. You kind of have to almost stand out a little bit, you know, to really get there. Like you almost have to control the game. A defenseman's good enough to control the game. A centerman could do the same. Winger could do it with how he controls the puck in the offensive zone. Nobody was really doing that in a dominant performance way. It was a little bit of an improvement throughout, so I will give you guys that. But in terms of how we're playing, I'm gonna go with a tie here. It's not. It wasn't as good as it would need to be. Like I don't know how else to really say it. You know. It's going to be like a lot of these nights, if we can't get the personnel, it's going to be like, can we play at a speed that's going to be, I don't know, that is good enough to be able to compete, right? There will be teams, sorry, my fault there, I was cutting. There will be teams that will dominate us. I guarantee you, we go to the Scrims channel, man, of other, of like LG, We'll find some teams, man, and they'll be able to wreck us. I think CHL wise, we might be able to compete against if we play against anybody above that. I don't know, man. It's honestly just the pace, right? It's just kind of like the quick transition, feeling each other out. We don't have chemistry, right? So a lot of that kind of gets turned down a bit. But let's take a closer look here at the guys. Now I can just focus only on what we're doing, right? In terms of the adjustments that we would have to make. A good step there from the defenseman filling the gap when I was, you know, hit on the play. Yeah, it's kind of tough. Like, not everybody's going to get in, right? Because, you know, if you have three guys to one position, like I would have to be willing to get rid of guys sooner, right? I think guys were kind of just, you know, they were either on standby for so long, you know, and then they just kind of left at that point. Like, so it's kind of tough, right? Like, And then if you go in, it's like it's a mentality that you have to be able to perform to stay. You know, just because that second game was close doesn't mean that any one of us played at a performance that should persuade me to keep everybody. Like, there is a standard that would have to be set, but we're still at the beginning stages of fucking truculence. Yeah, that's fucking hate that, man. I don't even like it. Annie goes up in the rush too, right? Because why not? He's got the hit. So like, I don't know how else. Damn, love EA Sports, right? what a well-deserved goal. That guy, what, 6'9"? Like, big stick. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. If you guys have like suggestions, you know, let me know what you guys think. You know, I would rather, again, it will require guys to like be ready on standby. And I don't know. I think it's kind of sometimes a little bit too tall of a task for me to kind of look at both teams and also try to give you guys a decent look, because there are reads that I have to make. And if I'm constantly talking, like, it's tough for me to kind of be like playing the best. If you guys notice, if you guys watch some of my YouTube videos that I do, right? Good play. There's a lot of times I'm silent throughout the whole damn video, right? So it's like, because I'm just concentrating. Like, I'm not a guy that is super loud. Like, typically, I don't talk much when I'm locked in, which is a problem. Like, I'll talk in the breakouts and stuff if I'm playing defense in a sixes match, right? I'll do it then certain times. I don't talk really, you know? So, like, because that just stops my concentration level, you know? Especially if I'm playing a position that I'm not necessarily 100% the greatest at. Like, defense, I kind of, like, am comfortable enough to know what I need to be doing, right? Center-wise, I'm getting a little bit better at that. Winger-wise, I would be almost dead silent if I was practically going to be locked in. But the reason I want to be in, right, is because I want to be able to play and see how it feels. Like, I can't really play goaltender because I can't give you guys a good look. I mean, I don't know. Even goaltender-wise, like, I could maybe pick that role, right, and just play goaltender, but if I'm not saving the freaking pucks that I should be saving, it makes the team that I'm playing for look bad. And that's not the case either. Like, there has to be an expectation of me giving you guys a good look while trying to play. The game crash, really? Wow. That's the second time, right? It happened last stream. That fucking blows. The reason I can't watch the games is because somebody would have to be live streaming. And I have to be like tuned into that stream, like, and it would have to be like an overhead look view. Like, that can't really work either. Like, because if I get rid of the guy that's live streaming, you know, and I don't want to look at it from the goalie perspective because I can't see everything unless I'm playing overhead cam, or you guys play overhead cam. You know, I can't do that either because I can't see it. I can't see everything. I mean, it's like nothing really. Like, rather I mean, the best way to do it, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, I would have to almost watch the games back. But it kind of like defeats the whole purpose of like beating the guy across from you. You know what I mean? Like, the whole point is to try to make it competitive to the point where like we sort of take it like you have to perform to stay. Like, that's the whole point. If I just do it from a standpoint where it's like I'm watching and then I'm just kind of like, all right, let's see who's doing good. Maybe this guy's doing good. Or I'm playing and I watch the games back later. I would have to like, and then I'm like rotating guys throughout. It kind of defeats the purpose of like keeping it competitive, because like you only have 2 games and then you rotate out, you know, like kind of how I've been doing it. Who's still in the lobby? Oh, you guys are still playing. Yeah, back out if you guys can. I mean, unless you guys want to play, I'm gonna be standing here for the next like 10 minutes. So basically what you're saying is the copy's better than me. Or the other team is that shit. Could be that too. Oh, okay. I don't know. That means somebody's still like watching or still in the DR. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of tough, man. It's really tough. I'm trying to think too, like even on the stream now, like if I said, oh, let's get rid of Teal, for example, do we have a Teal right now that could take a spot? And then it's like, oh, well, maybe not. Or like if it's right winger, can I get another right winger out? Or, you know, or if it's like centerman position, right? Like, do we have a center, you know? It's like, it's kind of like that, where it's like it's keeping the competitive nature of like that next man up mentality. If we're constantly having guys just fill spots just to fill to keep it going, it's not really we're not really working towards anything, because I'm not getting the best look at the guys that are playing that want to try out that spot. If you're trying a spot that's anything other than the best position that you could possibly play, you're downgrading the performance that we could be having, right? You know, I mean, that's it. It is what it is. If we don't have the personnel, we have to, you know, we don't have the personnel. But it kind of sucks because there are guys that want to like maybe take it serious and give it a good look. I don't know how to do it to give you guys the best chance without like I don't know, like I could go through the games now in like a film session role and be like, let's take a closer look and see if I'm just in terms of what I'm seeing. But then it's like we're not really getting many games in. See exactly what you said, Andrew, is exactly what I'm trying to avoid. I'm not trying to get you in just to get you in a spot. I want you to play your best position. If you're trying to play defense just to play defense, you're not going to give us the best look. Sad to say, if that's not your best position, that downgrades the team. And then that gives us a bad look sometimes, you know? Just from a competitive nature, that's what it does. You guys should be able to join off me, I think. But just in case it doesn't, just let me know. Like that's the point. Like I'm trying to keep it competitive. It screws up everybody. I can't give a honest look at everybody else if we have randoms playing random positions. That's just not, it's not going to work that way. Goalie's like the only exception. All goalies that are signed up, first of all, are going to get a look at the next phase as long as they stay with it. Because I'm offline. No way. I'm online. I don't know. It's got to be a glitch or something. But see, even here, like, we're playing pubs. I'm still trying to keep it going. I'm still trying to keep the competitive going. I don't even know if the right D's come back. And it's like, and then even the guy in the... if you need a guy in the pinch, I can play left wing. It's like, it's not about trying to find a guy in the pinch, man. I want you guys to play your position. That's a defenseman now that wants to play winger. Like, you guys don't. Some guys, right? I'm trying to do this as fair as possible. I want to give you guys the opportunity to kind of to make this thing really go somewhere, right? Down the line. The way we're doing it now, there's got to be changes. I need some help. If you guys have suggestions, try to keep it competitive, while potentially having not the number of guys that we would need to have in. Like asking 12 guys to come in and play and then have potentially 12 other guys to, like, having, you know, almost 24 guys on standby sometimes. If we get rid of guys quick, you know, that's kind of tough. Like, that's kind of a tall task to ask for. It's tough to play pubs. I think I could try to attempt to take us into a scrim now, but like, why? You know, like, if none of us are, those are specific for guys that have played LG and all that kind of stuff. If there are some guys that are trying to play esports that haven't played competitively at all, it's like, so it's tough. It's tough to be like, yeah, let's fucking do it, you know? Because we're going to get shit stomped on some teams that are actually legit. That's just the way it is. That's the reality of it. Like, we need to form some kind of base where, some kind of foundation where we can keep it competitive and work towards, like, I can fine tune the guys that are trying to play certain positions and get them to that type of speed. Without trying to keep it, without too many variables getting in the way. Not an easy thing. Like right now, it's kind of like I was kind of at like the lowest the bar could be set, and I still got rid of almost 4 guys in the beginning of the game because I had to. You know, it was literally that. Like, that's nowhere near. That's not even like that's not even like NCAA shit, to be honest, right? I mean, in this first game on, I don't give anybody problems with that, but that's just the reality. We look like absolute fucking horseshit, you know? Like, it was literally bad. But then it's like, okay, well, do we have 4 other guys that are looking to play those exact spots ready to go, you know, to keep it going? And now I have to try and look for that. Wow. Because it's like, it's at the point where the way that I'm trying to get it set up, like, it's like, it's a true like tryout. There's some guys that will only give you a game and then that's it. If you do scouting, right, it's like, it's basically trying out for a team. You know, I did it when I was first playing LG in the CHL. Nice. The guy, I played 2 games, and then the guy's like, hey, come back tomorrow, let's do it again. Played 2 games. If I didn't play up to par those 2 games, and I was a wild ass mother hell playing defense, I wouldn't have even gotten a second look. That's just the reality. Sometimes it's a one and done, depending on how where you go, right? Like, that's the competitive nature of playing this game. It's a video game, right? We're all just trying to play just to play, right? But I also want to play competitively and try to create an environment where guys can sort of, you know, reach that height as well. Because I've done this sort of grind before. Damn, I tried to move that past. My freaking thumb went off the damn joystick. I try to send it over to yellow. And we're fine here. Over the top. I'm inside. Quick up. Blues there. Got it. In stride. Full bar. In front. I don't have the bar. Yep. Good job, Teal. Join the rush there. 3-on-2 shot. I'm playing defense still. There's not a clean rotation. I got hit. Penalty. There we go, game. Nice delay on that. Oh, I thought I had that. Back door. Good try there. Like those are the looks that we want to try to find. But yeah, I don't know. I know there was probably a lot of guys that maybe wanted to get in at the start, but weren't able to. And then, you know, it took a little longer for them to try to even get in. I don't really know how else to do it, you know. See, it's tough, man. We're like, this is not a team. Like, I can't even say, I can't even talk to the other team and be like, bro, you guys are, you know, you guys are straight ass right now. Like, so it's like tough to be like, oh yeah, you know, we got, oh, that's on me. Oh yeah, we got, you know, I mean, everybody's performing, you know, I don't really know what else to tell you. It still can be cleaner, faster, quicker on some things, right? But that's, the bar's not set that high. It's not gonna be for this type of look. If we're playing scrims, it would be quite clear as to whether we're on par with facing other teams, right? Yeah, I mean, this other team is like, I don't even know what to even say. Never played an actual LG, but I've played alongside and against several people who do, and I'm willing to put on the turtleneck and sweat just as much as they are. Like that's why you're not required to play LG or to have competitive, like, to play or have like league play experience, because there are guys that do that, right? There are guys that do play with those guys, but just don't play in the actual league itself, right? That's why it's open to all, because everybody, I'm trying to give everybody the exact same opportunity as you know, as the next person. And plus, there are some guys that are good that just don't play league. Why should that be a requirement to, you know, play? I feel like, you know, so to that aspect, it's just like, if you're a guy that doesn't play league and you don't play against those competitive guys, it will show rather quickly. You know what I mean? Because you just don't have the experience to play that. But if you have played alongside those guys and against those guys, like, you may not play league, but you have the talents to compete against them. But like, pubs is not where it's at, and from a sixes, especially from a sixes standpoint too, it's kind of tough, like a fine line of like, because there are guys that play threes, and there isn't really league competitive threes leagues out there. You know what I mean? Like, there's not really threes leagues out there going. There was the i3HL, which I think may be going, but there isn't like bring your own league, you know, bring your own team leagues that are in threes, right? There were a little bit if it's like one guy hosting it or whatever on like one day. I think Life Advisor was doing it last year a little bit, on like a Saturday. There were a couple tournaments like that, but it's not as popular and as populated, right, as the sixes leagues that people do as pass. So it's like, from a sixes standpoint though, pubs is not where it's at. This is not going to get you better. What's going to get you better is the scrims, is the drafts, is the elos, right, against other guys. You don't even have to play league, I think, to play in the drafts, right? You could just play drafts. I think if you sign up, you should just be able to play drafts. They can look up your stats or whatever. It's not going to matter if you know, you're playing, right? They're going to have to pick you eventually. Even if you're last every time they try to freaking, you know, form teams. You're still going to play. And that is better than trying to play pubs, especially if you're solo. If you're playing drop-ins too, like drop-ins is, oh my gosh, bro, the absolute worst thing to do now. Just because of just what Sixes has become from a competitive standpoint and what guys that don't play in League really, you know, kind of do. Everybody's like looking for a pin in Sixes, right? In threes, you don't have that. There are guys that play both, though. The question mark that always came to mind for me was whether you could be a... And I have guys that are like prime examples for this. The question was whether you could be a really like a top dog threes player and have the experience level to then compete in Sixes in a very short amount of time. Unless you play Sixes, I think you don't really have the chance, I think. You have the talent level, but you won't know the system and how to play. You know, down to the precise positional awareness that you would have to have in the rotation, the transition. All that kind of goes into it. You have this talent level, but you don't have the positional awareness to be where you need to be in terms of the rotation and everything. You know, like you just don't have that from just playing threes alone and then trying to play competitive in Sixes. It's got to take you a little bit. And I have experienced that now firsthand. To be honest, though, if you have the talent playing threes, you're not really far off from getting there, though. I think it cuts the time down in half because you're not just learning a system when you're just starting out playing at a high level, whether that's pubs or in League or like competitively, right? There's that extra component of actually having the talent level to hang with the guys. But yeah. Esports is like a totally different level. Yeah, so take pubs. Anybody that plays pubs. Elite ones in pubs. I mean, sometimes those teams are decent, but they're not. I would say there's a significant gap between pubs, Elite 1 players, right? And then esports players. Flat out. There's a huge gap. A humongous fucking gap. Now, in the three standpoint, maybe not. Because those guys could be playing threes, right? They could get Elite 1. And then they could play League. Like, they do it. I think it's just separate. You can't necessarily... It's not like a copy and paste. It's like half. It's like, yeah, it takes less time. Because you're already at the talent level you need to compete. You just need to understand the system of where you need to be. And how you need to play alongside 2 extra guys, right? Because you're used to having only 3 guys on the ice. Now you have 5. So that's like the benchmark. I've learned that you could play. You just won't be able to play esports right away if you just come from 3. Still, though, again, you know, rank doesn't necessarily mean that you're good. So there's kind of a little bit of like, you know, a gray area in terms of that. Like, I come from playing threes, right? My talent level in Sixes come from my threes experience. I still needed hella amount of Sixes experience. Damn, I really tried it. I still need hella amount of Sixes experience to even get on par with where I needed to be. Right, from like a 3 standpoint, you know, I was where I needed to be pretty good, but there was still that Sixes extra layers, right? That extra bit of system. Look at the blocks for putting a life on the line. Great freaking saves. But that's why it's like, just to be clear, if you're a guy listening, damn, good pass. So the video that I posted, the last long form video I posted, not the live stream, but the video, it's like 22 minutes long. I detailed 5 things that top esports teams do well. Those are the 2 teams. It was PLG finals, right? So the 2 top teams that were playing in an esport event. Those are the teams that you should aspire to become. Now I can do a breakdown of those games, those 2 games that I had in full, to give you guys exactly what I'm looking for. But generally speaking, you could go to you go to the LG website, because you could be part of the Discord, but I don't know if you would have access to the streams that top esports guys are playing with, you know. You go to the LG website, leaguegaming.com. You go to Caps Gaming. There should be somewhere to like find streams, I think. Or maybe there's a link to the Discord. I'm not sure. Then I think there's streams there. It's not really like broadcasted enough to people, I feel like. It's not like well known out there. Somebody who's like never played in League would have no idea who the frick these guys are. Cause yeah, there's streams that you can find of people that are playing. You just have to have the link to the Discord. So Caps Gaming is the next event that's taking place next week. It starts next week. I've got a team that I'm playing with. Granted, I don't have any. We've only played like twice. It's the same freaking situation I've always been in, where it's you don't have enough reps in. But of course, when they want to play, I'm doing this, right? So always crazy ass shit that's going on. You know, we had like all week, but they had their leagues that they were playing in. So what the hell? Wait, what? No goal. That's got man. Take me to the freaking locker room. Jesus, what happened? No way you're gonna say no goal on that. Yes, sir, baby. Bloody nose and a goal. Broken nose and a freaking goal. What kind of deflection do we have here? What? Is that the type of bounces you were talking about, Viper? Holy. That's got to be goal of the year. I'm going to send it to EA. That's got to be. There's not a more skillful goal that could be scored than that one. Granted, I don't have a. I probably have a broken nose or jaw, depending on what hit that. I'm gonna have to put the bubble on. It'd be kind of an art for a little bit. Now that's some crazy ass commitment. I went and hit the wrong guy too. Crazy, right? Oh, it's not a penalty. Thought it was. The crowd was booing like it was. Oh, good try. There's like some like small little moves that I can make there to get the puck in stride and like just get it for a quick shot. I keep cutting to the wrong direction. Like those are the small details of playing forward. I don't have that understood. Yeah, I will say there are a couple passes though, Viper. Not trying to obviously point out. Oh damn. User specific, but there are times where you could pass and you're taking a shot. It's best to get shots on, but the high percentage looks is what we're looking for. It may be, redundant or whatever, right? But we're looking for, if you do find a centering pass to the slot, back post, whatever, on the side for a one-timer cut play, those are better high percentage shots than you trying to take it wherever you're trying to shoot it. Like it's good to get shots on, but there are high percentage looks to find. That will up your offensive game by tenfold. being able to control the puck and find those looks. Yeah, so that's a good pass. I just have to obviously do something with it, which that's on me. And I'm holding the guy. And it's in. What kind of bounces we getting here today, folks? But you see, like, this isn't a good look. It's tough to say whether anybody should be rotated out, you know? Like, how do I say, oh, we didn't rotate quick enough on this goal? It's like, what? Like, then it's just kind of nitpicking bullshit. But yeah. GG's. I'm bound to play maybe, I don't know, 1 or 2 more. If we have the guys. I think we lost 2 games based off me freaking lagging out. Hang on, I gotta go back to that goal, though. Because that's, like, insane. Puck right to the freaking jawline or something. I don't even know what it was. Again, it's another double-ass deflection. What did that hit? Yeah, my guy didn't even phase with that one. It didn't even look like it hit me. It hit my force field. I'm not seeing the puck touch. Okay, never mind. It is. Wow, right in the visor. Right in the visor. So that's lucky then. I wouldn't have like. I would probably have some kind of mark, right? It just wouldn't be like a cut. I don't know. Are the are the bounces like or the if you get hit in the visor, would that like does the helmet protect you really well or no? If it's like a well, I mean, maybe if it's 122 mile per hour freaking slap shot. Although that did get deflected, so that probably cut down on the velocity a little bit. I don't know. All right, so we need a goaltender. See, I don't know. Nobody here has like I can't really get rid of anybody. Like if I'm keeping to the same challenge, right? There's nobody that can fucking everybody played well. Like tough to really say. Do we have now? I mean, I will try probably just bring it back to how we usually do it. If we do have guys that are new that haven't played, I think we can make a switch. So yeah, Andrew hasn't played, right? I know we were going to get him in. Bowser, you want to get in? If you're still here. Says something about right D. But see, the point is like the main thing is to get reps, right? Like we want to get comfortable kind of like playing. Like we just want to play games and get comfortable in that sort of sense, just playing. Yeah, if you want to get in, if you don't have me added, just add me. Hack Attack 34 should pop up, and then you should be able to just join off me, or if I get the friend request. Yeah, if you can, Trevor. The guys that we have here that have already played the last game. I mean, you guys pretty much finished as the top team, right? So I'll give all you guys a point moving forward. But I don't know. I kind of need some suggestions, guys. Like, pubs is kind of tough, man. Like, to get through this next stage, it's kind of just going to have to be, like... man, it really does require a lot of people. Yeah, I think we need if the left winger left. Yeah, we still then we need a yeah. Alright, but yeah. GG's, man. So yeah, everybody that just played will get a full point. I'll set up the leaderboard. It's like it's basically just gonna be who like are the top guys, right? So I think I gave a half point over to the centerman that played across from me, right? And then everybody that just played, JC Pens, I'll give him a full point. And then the other left winger that just played, I'll give him a full point. Just pick a top 12. But see, how do you pick a top 12 if I don't know who is the top 12? The whole point is to scrim against each other, get rid of the guys that are not playing well, and then bring in other guys that could potentially play better. You see what I'm saying? It's not... Basically, what I'm trying to do is we keep getting rid of guys and bringing other guys in until it does simulate what I'm looking for. Until we finish with 2 top teams scrimming against each other. That's kind of what I'm trying to get. So it's tough to pick a top 12 when I don't really know any of the guys that I'm playing with, besides maybe a select few that I played with in the past. It's not very easy to kind of just pick the guys, you know? Like, that's the whole point of, like, getting rid of guys and then trying to have that next man up ready to play. Because if we don't have that, we can't really... I get rid of guys, and then, or we have to then find guys that are randomly filling the spot. And then it's like, we're downgrading as opposed to really just sticking with the same group and then playing. And I'm not really... I mean, we could do that. Like, we could, I guess, just do it where the top... the top 12 guys, however long you guys can play, we just keep playing until we figure it out. But, like, I don't necessarily like that. We do a bracket. How do you do a bracket? Because if we don't have the personnel, it's a personnel issue is really what it is. It's the guys like ready in chat, ready to play. Even in the Discord, I'm like, hey, we need a left winger, and sometimes it'll take a while. Yeah, whoever wants to play left wing can just join off, man. At this point, I don't care who plays what. It's just a matter of getting the reps in. I mean, again, it is a first night trying to do it. But, I mean, it's... I don't know. I kind of, like, put it out in the Discord. Hey, we're doing this thing. We did get a lot of guys that initially replied. Like, reacted to it as if they were going to be a part of it. Comes on to it. It's like, you know... And throughout the week, I was like, yeah, we're going to do it this way, you know? We're going to do it, you know? And then, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of tough. Let's see here. I mean, ideally, if we can get this club to Division 1, we might have a better chance of facing guys in pubs, but like pubs is really not it, man. Like, if we went to, like, we did the Pro Cup when we did the playoffs, right? It's like, okay, well, that's no good. If we were in the Elite Cup and maybe a different story, it still goes to the fact that those guys, even though they are highly ranked, it just signifies that they play a lot. They may have a good system, but they're not going to be... They may not all play as effective as they would need to be, you know? To simulate a real, like, relative scrim type match. You know what I mean? Like, it's... There is a big difference between pubs and, like, scrims. There really is. Like, there's just a... You know, an expectation, like, you know, of, like, how you need to play and stuff. I cheer for the Blackhawks. Yep, I'm a Connor Bedard fan. No, yeah, we're good. We got 6 guys now. Just waiting for him to, I guess he's making a build. Like, does he not have a build? Like, yeah, I'm usually this position, but because I'm playing this, I have to make a build real quick. Yeah, the Hawks should do well within a couple years, I think. Maybe. They've had a few stretches this year where it looked like it was decent, and then other times it just looked like they were back to the same old Hawks. Like, they're definitely not there yet, talent-wise, but, you know, the guys, like, they're a young team, so they're up and coming. You know, hopefully they can get settled pretty soon, right? I was going to try out Playmaker too, actually. That was the other class. I'm going to try that out. Yeah. I mean, Connor Bedard, to me, it's like he's been injured now 2 out of the 3 years. Last season was his worst year out of the 3 so far, I would say. Even though we are, what, maybe a little over halfway through this year, the current year, his 3rd year. Yeah, just back out. You had a guy disconnect. Hack 2-way meta for center. Well, it may be meta, but I'm going to try out the Playmaker anyway. Because maybe the Playmaker's meta, you know? Could be. Because, hell, I've seen... I mean, hell, I've even seen on wing guys use 2-way. Yeah. I don't know. I mean... We'll have to see how it goes. Haven't checked my phone in a while, and then I get text. Maybe because his injury's done as well? No, I just think he's brittle. I mean, Connor Bedard, he had a what? He got checked on the face-off circle. That's not a personnel issue. I don't even know what happened. It was like 0.6 seconds left in the St. Louis game. He goes in the face-off. He like fell a certain way. The guy goes and like cross-checks him just a little bit, and it looked like he, I don't know. And then first year in the NHL, he got hit by a bigger guy. He like had his head down. He went into him, and then his jaw's fractured. It's like, I don't know. He does seem like a brittle type player right now. Like he's not built to take the he's not built for the physicality. You look at a guy like Celebrini, and it looks like Celebrini's got a longer future than he does, just based on how he's already gone. His 2nd year now, his sophomore year, and Celebrini's already kicked it up 10 notches, while Connor Bedard has also done the same, but has gotten injured, so he's you know, gotten held back again. It's just a weird type of thing right now. He does look better though than previous years, though. I will give him that. But it's just like, you don't want somebody who's like bound to get injured every year. How to get the A faster in 26 on my pro? Are you talking about be a pro? I have no idea, brother. No idea. Play till EA is satisfied and getting you the A. Celebrity's insane. He's been compared to McDavid and Crosby. Who was playing goalie? Didn't we have somebody play goalie? Yeah, I guess we got a G spot open if the guy doesn't come back. Yeah, it's like Connor Bedard played all 82 games last season, but he like had a really bad sophomore year. He granted, yeah, he didn't have the team, but still, if you know Celebrini, how can he do it? I don't think Sharks are that great right now either. Sometimes you just have it. It just seems like Celebrini's more of like a he can take the hit too. He can kind of take the hits too, based on what I've seen. Like he's not afraid to get in the mix. Whereas kind of Bedard kind of seems like he does. He is a little bit afraid. He doesn't really do it. Yeah. We need a goalie, growing. I mean, it's all right. I mean, we don't have enough guys to get new guys every time. I don't know. I need some, yeah, I will need some suggestions if we do have. Like, it's to get past the initial stage of like this, right? Where it's like we're kind of just playing pubs, getting random guys in. Like, I don't know enough about you guys separately yet. I'm trying to evaluate the talent out there about trying to give you guys the best look. A scrim against each other gives us that. It's like, all right, who's all these guys, right? Ideally, you want 6-on-6, 6 guys playing their best spot against 6 other guys playing their best spot. And then you scrim, see who does better, who's performing. Those guys then move to my team. If you are there, you stay. If you're not on my team, then you get to my team, and then we potentially see it again. Because I'm trying to get the best 6 guys on my team at the end of the night. Because that is the best that was played, right? Then you get other guys in. If there's guys lagging behind, you then rotate those guys out for potential best, you know, better players to challenge my guys that are on my team to then eventually maybe steal that spot. It's like a whole king of the hill type thing. You're battling against all the other position or all the other players that are after the same position as you are. Right? So then you keep doing that, and that gives you a better look at the talent you have because you can see who is performing, who is not. Here we're playing against random teams. It's tough to be like, yeah, good job last game, but against a legit team, who knows? TTC, I don't know. They're also using banned builds, you know, so it's like we don't like this at all, you know, like in terms of pubs. So I'm like, yeah, scrim is better, but you need the personnel for it to even work out, right? Which I don't know. That's just kind of it's kind of asking a lot because again, it's like you need like almost 3-4 guys per position ready to go like right now. You know what I mean? To like then rotate those guys. There are a lot of guys that signed up, but how many of those guys are actually gonna then fully commit the way that I'm attempting? Guys just kind of put their name in there, right? Without really considering the whole grind commitment part of it. If that makes sense. So we got 12s. But we eventually fell short. So in the beginning, I think like what, 3-4 games maybe? And then we kind of stopped. We didn't have enough. It's also, you know, it's just tough. The more you rotate guys in and out, you know, you kind of have to wait longer to then play because you don't have, if those guys are not ready at that point. Nice. And then it kind of just like, if you don't have the personnel, the guys that can play, it's like one timer from there, really. I don't even know about that one. If you don't have the personnel, then it's like it kind of screws those guys that are on the opposite team, because then they can't really, you know, get a proper look. Because I'm going to be getting the guys, you know, after that first match, I'm going to be getting the guys that were more dominant in that first game on my team, and then whatever happens after that on the opposition could have a bunch of random guys that maybe are not up to par. And that's like you start getting blowout games or whatever. This actually does look like a better team. Of course, they do have traits that you can't use in LG and shit, like whatever. But here though, I guess we are still trying to treat it, but I don't know if all the guys that are playing right now are trying to play, you know, are trying to play esports. Yeah, just rotated back. These guys, yeah, we're all kind of dead right now. Good try. Not a bad team, actually, that we're playing against. See if they're trapping. They got two guys pressing, so quick ups whenever that's happening. One timer across. We could press because we had full pressure. We want three guys back. Force it to the net. Hopefully it goes through. Not bad. Not a bad lineup. Of course it bounces off me. All right, not too bad, not too bad. Love the channel, bro. Thanks, man. Can I try out? Yeah, maybe. Might do one more after this, I'm not sure. But I mean, at this point, I'm not gonna kick guys out. Like, it's already tough to find guys, you know. But let's see if we can do something here. Trap defense for now, because these guys, you can press, but there's not really a need to. We'll see how these guys come to us. They are going to get a rack penalty after. Played on the team you were facing a year ago. Okay. Yeah, TTC is a league, right? We'll get pass. Great pass. Why don't you just find a team to scrim against and play a few games? Well, first of all, again, you want to be at least up to par. Like, there are some guys that are trying to play that have never played in league before. right? Or that are not competitive, or that have never played competitively, I mean. And I'm not saying it would be like a total blowout. Some of the teams, though, if we are just going to try to find a team to scrim, they would scrim us. If they wreck us in the beginning, you know, they would just quit after the first period. Give me a real scrim. I mean, I've had that comment a few times on some of the teams that I played with. Not saying any of the guys here are bad. It's just I need to know the guys that I'm bringing into scrims. I'm not just going to be like, hey, who wants to play scrims? And then maybe it's a few guys that are new, guys I haven't seen before, like whatever, right? And it's like, yeah, hey, let me put into the scrim channels, and that's an NHL level team that we're scrimming. How do you think that's going to go? Like, you tell me that. That's not going to give us anything because we're not even like building up towards that. The whole point is to find a squad that is up to that caliber almost, you know, to eventually then get to that point. You know, you kind of have to prove something a little bit to even be considered to get to that point. Even if it's a CHL team, you might even still get wrecked. Who knows, right? I don't think the tiers necessarily matter entirely. And you could get random fills from different tiers of LG. The whole point of those scrims is to play against guys that are playing LG currently. We have a couple guys, I think, that are playing LG now currently, but some guys are not, right? But it's also like just kind of giving the right guys a chance instead of all guys the chance. Like, you can try out, doesn't mean you're gonna last at all, right? I don't want to play with guys, get reps in for scrims that don't showcase to me that they're actually committed. The whole point of these live streams is to kind of try and demonstrate that you're willing to show up, right? Go, you know, and rotate in and play on this team so that I can count on you to, you know, at least attempt to move you along a little bit. That's why it's like, if it's your first time, you're not just going to go from the chat to playing a scrim against a legit team and just, you know, just to see how it looks and then get you a spot in the damn lineup. Like, it's not going to work that way. It's not even like fundamentally, it's not even like the right thing to do. It's like trying to bring and it's no like offense to anybody. It's like trying to bring a level 1 guy, brand new guy in to play in an Elite 1 matchup against a legit team, right? You're trying to like showcase what you can do. No contest. Well, the thing about finding scrims, it's like hard enough to find anyway. Some nights, and most of the guys that you're trying to find a scrim against, it's like LG, CHL. It's not always there. I think you could be facing guys that scrim sometimes look like top level guys. Sometimes look in the CHL, you know, scrim channel. Like they'll post in CHL, AHL, ECHL, NHL. I'm looking for a scrim. This code, type it in. You know, like they post in all the channels, not just the one, because they just want to find a scrim. Stat checking to me doesn't matter at all, bro, because sixes, I don't even have good stats in sixes, I don't think. Stat checking means nothing. Like, because you're talking about pub stats. There are some guys that haven't even played competitively, so what, I have to go based off their pub stats to decide whether they should even be considered? I'm not going to put that benchmark on anyone because that doesn't even make sense. At least for me, right? There's a difference between pubs and competitive play. I think it's just two different grinds entirely. There's some guys that never even play one game of pubs. So what? You do a stat check. Oh, you have nothing. Oh, you're not considered. But then you would know, right, if they are playing League, that they're actually playing League. But some guys don't. You know, I'm not gonna go if you have never played in you know, if you've never played in leagues, right? I don't want to just have to go off your pub stats to figure that out. To me, that's not a true benchmark either. I was trying to find the right icon. I didn't know. Freaking yellow turned to freaking B on my screen. Yeah, he's just okay. But like that's why like rank doesn't matter to me. I've seen guys that are silvers that can beat elites no problem. Right? Because the elite guys, the only thing that kind of demonstrates is that you play with the same guys, you have a decent system within those within the team that you play for, and you play a lot of games. That doesn't mean you're really good. Vice versa, you could be silver. That doesn't mean you suck, right? I've seen guys that are bronze. There was a bronze 3 guy. There's a bronze 3 guy that you know, and then I think an unranked guy that I played with in drop-ins before. We played against an elite team in drop-ins, right? Now it's drop-ins, you know? How good are the elite guys in drop-ins? We freaking smoked the team, and they quit in the second period. And it's like, yeah, rank don't mean shit. It's kind of tough to go based off stats alone anyway. It just kind of showcases the system that you have, is all what rank really does. You know, there's been plenty of years, right? In threes, every single season, I should easily hit elite, right? I have a group of guys that I play with. We can easily beat 99% of the teams that we play, right? I should hit elite rank every time. I did hit elite 1 in threes last season. The season before that, or I think a couple of seasons in 25. You know, didn't even come close to hitting elite because I didn't have the amount of games in. I hit like plat or something, plat 3. I think that was the most I had. You know, because we just didn't have the reps in. Does that mean I'm a less valuable player? You know, because I'm not a elite 1 player versus when I was plat. It's like I'm not any different of a player. So, you know, stats don't mean that I'm not capable of playing up to par against guys that are at that level, right? It's just kind of tough. There's not enough guys playing the game to where rank does matter. That's just the reality of playing NHL. Playing this niche game. This is a very small niche game compared to other games. It's just how it is. I'm not even looking if I'm winning draws or shit, bro. I mean, off the freaking post, yeah. That's the luck we have, right? The last goal the guy scored, I intercepted the puck. The guy took it from me because of no contest elite, and he drives into the net with no shot. It was literally this goal. I deflected it or something, and then he just drives in. He didn't even take the shot. He just went in, you know? Like, okay. Yep. Me and my boys first year of LG were CHL beating N and A lines. Yeah, like anybody can beat anybody. It's just where guys put you, I guess, you know? In terms of like your value of a player. Find getting the max of it, playing no comms. Yeah, because ideally, if you're meant to win, the reason I do it too is because if you're meant to win, you should naturally be able to, like, if you're at an esports level, you should naturally be able to play with another player. Maybe it's kind of tough to be like, hey, first game you have to perform, because sometimes it takes a couple games to get there. There are some guys that don't talk at all, you know, and they can easily rotate, they can easily transition, like they just see the ice the same as somebody else. I'm looking for guys that can see the ice the same way as me. That's why we don't talk to each other. We don't have to talk to each other. I don't think that's a necessary thing. I think on breakouts, sure. Even then, you know, I feel like you could still play, like in drafts, you're not talking to anybody, right? You get reps in that way. It's not any different, right? We're not playing against super competitive teams right now anyway. It's where that would actually even matter. Of course, I turned the wrong way. Nice. Like, there is a team, I think. There was a team, if you guys know Instincts, that played a few years back. Not sure if they're still around. I played with one of those guys. I think in one of these live streams, in one of the community live streams I did back in episode 24, is we were trying to look for a left D, or yeah, a left D. And so we were just getting random guys in from chat. Same, kind of similar how I'm doing it now, right? Except it's just a little bit of a different process, right? But even then, the guy is an esports left D, and he was kind of talking about how he plays. You know, they don't really do controlled breakouts or anything like that. They kind of just quickly transition. It's like they're so good at the rotation game, the transition game, which you would think would require a lot of comms, but they do it seamless with no comms at all. Like they said they barely talk. The only time they talk is when the defenseman carries it. You know, that's the only time that they would speak. They have so much chemistry with one another. They know exactly how to play and see the ice the exact same way without having to speak a damn word. It's not a, you don't have to talk, especially in this game. It makes sense in real sports, right? Because it's like you're seeing things from a different angle. We're all seeing the same look right now. Like, we know what we're looking at because we all can see the overhead look of the game, right? Like, we should be able to see the same stuff. Like, here we are going to have to forecheck a bit because we are down by 2 now. Third period, we can definitely send at least... Yeah, honestly, both wingers could actually pin, you know, start to press a little bit. It becomes man-to-man on our side. So we have to be very strategic in the back end to try to, if we are going to press or are going to play man-to-man tight, we have to make sure we're not getting beat on that. Bang. I don't know if you saw, but I saw Blue actually start to head back. I was in a rotation from Teal. Blue started to head back, so I went up. As soon as I saw that read, I'm gone. I'm going up into the play, parking myself right into the slot. That's all I had to do there, right? Yeah, I saw what Blue did, and I just read his positioning compared to mine in terms of how many guys we had up. So Blue can press. I'm going to play middle, right? Middle lane. Teal's going to press, and I anchor towards his spot as soon as he steps in case that puck continues to go through towards one of their guys. Same thing here. I'm going to out take the middle, and there... Ooh! You get a chance there. Get right on by him. Got to quickly pass it. And there it is, tie game. All of a sudden you lock in, and it's like, let's get it, you know? And it's a little bit just like move the puck a little bit quicker. Just like get into a sort of sense, like the way to really naturally play well with one another is like being able to read and sort of anticipate what your teammates are going to do as well as what the other side is going to do. I first of all, I can't win any draws, right? Because I'm just not fucking doing it right. I gotta like do tie-ups or whatever the entire way. The green cut all the way in. I could just rotate with him, and the game and out, we are leading. So I saw green cut hard into the right, so I switched in with him to the left. Like, look where green goes. I could go right, I guess, but I'm going to just replace him. We did like a little cross play. a switch play, which isn't seen too much. But then I'm going to force that backdoor feed. The reason I'm forcing it, right? Like, this is, again, it's a bad force because there's like nobody there, but it goes in because this is NHL 26. And it's a big FU to all goaltenders. And defensemen, because defensemen get caught in a lot of those too. And we had the momentum up to 2 goals, right? So they called timeout, no doubt. To try to figure it out, you know? To like stop the momentum. Gonna force it again, because why not? We've literally been working the entire way. Now they're gonna press. Now this is where you want to move it quick. I want to be an outlet to the middle to help out. Send it if we can. They had a nice back check on that, hoping that could just bounce through. Sometimes it does. Now, yep, pin back the other way. Teal's up. I'm back. Blue's up too. Shot. And what a save, dude. Nice, unique animation. But that's a good play, right? Like, just taking the lane, read option, what's there. Back, green is, yep. So we can trap now. We don't have to press. They're gonna have to try to send the puck up quick on some of these plays, right? That's what they're looking to do. Over the top in the middle. If we get that puck, I thought we were gonna get it, but I should have stayed more back, I guess. Defensively nice, good job from Green as well on the rotation through the middle. Stop him from cutting to the inside. He wants to cut in again. Do the same thing. We're there. Quick up if we can. Defenseman played over the top on that. Nice. We're able to play over the top on that. He cuts in. I'm to the inside of green. Or yellow, I mean. Can't even get my colors right. Cut to the left. Back to him. Scored. I went left. Right? We had blue to the middle. Green to the right. You just picked the lane that is not occupied, right? We had 3 lanes filled right there. It don't have to be like identical. You have to hug the boards in order to fill that lane. The left side is kind of all the way to the left to like near the middle. Like, it's basically, it's like, it's simple hockey, right? It's being able to make the changes throughout the game. First period really doesn't, like, I don't really care about first period too much. You kind of get a feel of how the team's playing. Second period, you kind of turn it a little bit, see, you know, how is your team playing? How's their team? How's the momentum of the game? What changes can you make? Then third period, you should be able to have a sense of what you're doing and then start dominating. It's ideally what we want to have happen, right? Nice steal. Good chip. Playing high. Forecheck. Anything to the middle I have. Got 2 guys here to the middle. I'll try to hit them. Blue's up. Blue was ahead of me, so I kind of pulled away. I wouldn't have had enough speed to get to the middle to cut down low. Blue actually could have slid to the middle to do like a cut play. He could have taken the ice, I think, to the middle. Got the rotation. I mean, the way that they were scoring some of their goals was very like they fucking didn't deserve it. I don't think. A lot of the goals they had, it was not. They does not deserve some of those goals. It was just bounces that went their way. You know, the puck bounces back to them because they have no contest. You know, it's like, why? You know, like it's not even like a fair assessment of anything. The way we played in that third period is like literally exactly how you want to play. Like we played a lot quicker. You could tell the sense of our transition and everything like that. We played a lot quicker. But I think what I wanted to see here. No, actually, never mind. This one that works. I was thinking like I was back here, right? So I was gonna play high. I don't have enough speed to like cut in front and draw these guys. So I was like gonna play high. This guy was already kind of locked in on me. If this defenseman was here, then blue could have taken the ice to the middle. Because that defenseman was already there, it's actually tough. It's not really much that blue could do there. I was just looking at it from, you know, fast pace. I thought the ice was there, but it wasn't. Meaning the way they played defense was actually almost perfect. All right, we can get one more game in. I'm down for one more. Yeah, if there's guys that haven't played yet that want to play, you know, you can play now, I guess. Like, just tell me what spot that you want to play. Now we had green and yellow come in and blue, so honestly we only have like one position that you could take, I guess. We've had teal play for a while. Your thoughts on Matthew Shepard? I don't know. I've looked at some of his highlights. He's like an offensive defenseman, it seemed like. He plays really good, actually. Like, he's one of those guys that's coming into the league as a defenseman. He's scoring a lot of points. I don't really know. I haven't like watched the game with him in it, so I don't really know exactly how he plays. But I've just seen some of the highlights he's played, that he's done or that he's had, and it looks really good. All right, so I need let's see here. Broke a record already in his first season. Yeah, he's yeah. I mean, he's starting to play really well. Or he's like looking really good. All right, so Teal, if you don't mind backing off, you're here. So I can get Daniel in. But yeah, everybody that was a part of that group earlier is all going to get a point. I don't really know if I would just try and give the points out now if we're playing pubs. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to see. But yeah, GG's. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to take a look. I don't really know how to do the point system yet, because like again, it has to be decent looks, you know. I mean, that last game was a little bit of a decent, like of a better look, but still kind of tough to say. Yeah, this will probably be the last game. I do appreciate everybody who has stopped in so far. So we'll finish off the night here, see how this team is. We'll kind of see. I don't know. I'll have to figure out something. I don't really like the way, unless we have the personnel like right there. Kind of tough to really do another 6v6 scrim night unless we have the guys like confirmed. And even then, it comes down to it. I do believe when I did, let me see if there's some names that when I initially did, we had like 13 guys that were like thumbs up. Like, I don't know if that meant that they were good to play or not. Because we do have some guys, yeah. Most of the guys I did say, but there were, I feel like, some guys that did not show up, you know? So it's like, you can't even really count on somebody's word. this is like a thing. Like, hey, we're playing at this time for this amount of games. I don't expect you to, you know, stay in and play a whole lot, you know. But it's just, if you're gonna react, if you're gonna, you know, basically insinuate you're gonna be there, you don't show up. It's like, regardless if it's an hour, 2 hours wait time, like, do I have to say, yeah, you may not get in for 2 hours, but like, I don't know. I can understand like a time thing. I don't expect everybody to put so much time out of their night to try and just play games that you may not even be a part of, right? So all right, this team looks a little better, eh? That's a good step. I'm over the top. And now I'm like starting to look at how I'm playing a little bit closer, instead of trying to analyze every single guy. That's also another tough task, trying to like analyze everybody. And then of course I'm like, hey, who should be voted out? And then it's like, oh, it's your call, Hack. Like, oh, okay. It's like, yeah, on my side I can make that call, but on the opposite side I need some help in terms of who, you know. who should we get rid of, you know? Trucky Lance, gotta love Trucky Lance. And I'm hit and like stalled for a little bit too. I don't like, none of us have wheels on. Like, all those guys could have wheels on. That's why it's like, if we get to Division 1, I don't even think that matters, right? Because I think it goes based off your rank when you find teams, right? You could have a Division 10 team be elite. They're going to match up with another elite team, I think. Or the game tries to find that for you. Welcome like Predators did to Avalanche. You guys make it look so easy, but when I play, even a slight breeze causes me to lose the puck when I'm skating. It's honestly just knowing where the puck's at in relation to the player that's attempting to poke check or hit you or, like, you know, nudge you, whatever. Like, any incidental contact will make you lose the puck. There's no guarantees of you getting that puck back. You know, sometimes you'll have to pull the puck away or something, or wow. Goalie got bailed out from some puck luck there. They go right in. I think he had a send it kick as well. Or is that send it? I think it is, right? You can tell when he got that puck, he had a burst of speed. Like, for us, it's like we don't have wheels to match that. And none of us are using. I mean, you could put on send it, you know, and have that kind of yep, he's just gonna skate right on by. Push the play there. Nice. Quick breakout. We're fine with the point shots. I could care less about that. Yep. See, they got wheels on. truculence. They got all the traits. Teal could have stayed up, I think. Yeah, I mean, if you guys, you know, again, the defenseman, if you guys step or whatever, you guys could stay up in the rush. Like I am the guy that's rotating behind you. If we do get that puck, right? If we got the puck and then we kind of, you know, I had to almost rotate with Teal again, which is fine. It just cuts off the effective transition that we could have. Ideally, if we get the puck in the neutral zone, we want like 3 guys going up with speed. Whether that's defensemen or whatever, right? Defensemen are more inclined to fill those gaps because they're back and they'll most likely have green bar. Yeah, that guy had send it on, so he had like an extra kick into that cut. And just burst of speed. Like none of us can match that. I think he may have even had, I'm not even sure, wheels activated for him. Tips to get better? It's honestly just repetition. Understand the flow of the game. If it's threes, you know, understand the role there. What role you're playing in relation to your teammates. Understand the sixes system if you're playing that. And just get a lot of reps in. Ideally, you want to learn both sides of the ice, defense and offense. That'll give you a full kind of, you know, circle in terms of what you're doing. But yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of it is just repetition with the right guys if you can. Find some guys if you don't already have a team and try to form some chemistry and learn the game that way. That's what to do here. Yeah, we can't. Yeah, I gotta. We would have to rotate a little bit further back. Like this is the trap defense is so tough to beat. They had one guy pressing, I think, too. None of us had speed, and then you know I was trying to match your guys' speed. And I was the only guy moving up, so we need all 3, like ideally the chemistry level that we would have to have. We all rotate back, all 3 forwards turn up at the same time, meaning we're all in line with each other. Sorry, I'm a little late because I rotated back. And yeah, that kind of screwed us over because we didn't have green playing for that little bit of time. Oh, that's on me. Did I poke check and it hit my teammate or something and pulled my stick back? I don't know what happened there. I was trying to poke check in front of the guy and then I may have hit green while he was skating by. We were both in the same spot. Lagging? Oh, okay. As soon as I'm able to, I'm going to let my league know my Wednesdays, Thursdays may or may not become unavailable at some point. Get my wife's okay, so I'm fully committed to seeing this through. Yeah, I mean, I definitely appreciate that. Like, as far as goaltenders go, we may need, I mean, I don't know. We may need, you know, a couple guys to fill if needed. I don't know. But, as far as this grind, I mean, based on, I mean, again, I didn't expect it to be like outstanding in any type of capacity. It's not going to be super great, but we're a long ways away from even attempting to do anything with this team. You know, there's some guys that look decent, but there's a long journey ahead. I mean, a long ass journey. But I will say, right, when I first did this, there were a few guys that I was already getting some reps in initially. I kind of asked around. I'm like, hey, who wants to play esports down the line. You know, if we were to, you know, grind for it now, maybe see who's available to play and who can get the most reps in. I'm gonna do a tie up here. Not even able to. I kind of screwed that over. Yeah, I initially said that. Got some replies. Had at least like some kind of core plan. Had some guys filling in. So we had like a group of like, I would say around average 10 guys. Maybe. We're kind of just rotating, you know, rotating, getting some reps in. That was like February 2024. 3 months later, in May, was when I even considered then ramping it up. It was in May, right? March, April, May. This was February, March, April, May. Three months before I even considered, with those same guys too, mind you, of even considering ramping it up. All right, this is our starting lineup. We've had these guys committed to this position and all that. You're going to commit to that position and stay locked in, and then we're going to grind from there. Granted, this was all pubs before we even realized what... you see, yeah, the guy keeps getting a like a send it kick or something in his fucking cut. Maybe wheels or something. I'm like not anticipating him moving that fast after he gets it. But yeah, it took 3 months. So we kind of understood how we were playing and all that. Eventually, you know, we started the grind. About 2 weeks, it started to fall apart like a little bit. It was like 2 weeks, and all of a sudden we had an issue with the lineup. It's like, okay. Like, why? But that's like a whole nother conversation. But it's like, it's the process of the length of time it takes to even get going. Where we're at, I mean, I'm talking about, I took a group of guys that were like CHL. And got them to some point to where we were playing a little bit more competitive. At least like to where we looked like a little bit of an organized group. Those guys, 2 of them currently playing in the, well, if you take last year, 2 of them were playing in the NHL. And they went from the C to the N. Which is not a very easy thing to do. They went from actually NCAA, CHL to then the NHL. One guy I feel like should have been in the end, but kept getting hold. I felt like the entire time. He was playing in the ECHL, jumped to the A. He was kind of around that area. It took me a little bit to go back to the end. I think one season I like stopped playing middle 24, I think. 25, played in the AHL, then went back to the end. But like for esports, right? You almost want to be able to have the talent level of an NHL player playing LG. Like you gotta have to have the skills of like an NHL player almost. You know, if you're not able to do what an NHL player would do, you know, you're kind of there's almost no chance in esports. And that's just skill level alone, not even taking the amount of time you would need to grind with those other NHL players to then eventually get to that skill level. Not an easy thing. Like it's a long commitment. Based on the talent we have, it could be a whole year before we even get to that point. Or even more, you know? Like an idea, like it's just not, it's not a quick grind. I don't know if it was even gonna work out. I'm not saying like the way it's going now, it's kind of like tough to really move on to the next stage right now, especially when there's a lot of guys that did initially sign up when I initially posted, hey, who wants to play esports, I had like what, a handful of guys. And then I start the stream for the first time, and all of a sudden it looked like 20 more guys showed up in the chat to do it. So with that, you know, it's still a first come, first serve. I'll try to get you in if you're committed, but you would have to be here, you know. I'm not currently keeping track in terms of who's showing up, in terms of like everybody that's showing up. I can see familiar names, but I'm not looking at every single person, right? And a lot of guys that are playing that we do get filled in are just guys from the chat. They're not actually they're not always in the server. They have a different name in the server, things like that. And you know, I'm just kind of like, I can't really tell right now. I can see familiar names. I know who's here. You know, the guys that I've seen every time. I don't have to like look and check to see if you made it before. There are some, you know, it seems like we get new guys every time though. If I'm going to be honest though, esports wise, as much as I want to play, you know, as much as I guess I'm open to play center, I have to play defense to even have like a shot, you know. Next time we play, I'm probably just going to commit to only playing right D. And the defenseman that we're getting in, just to be clear, right? Like, you could be a left-handed player on the left side, I guess. That's about as far as I would take it. It's not very comp, though. It's a very, like, not a familiar thing that takes place. It's not really seen that much. Everybody's always on their one-timer position. See, that's why you force it from the goal line. The goal line pass is high, big time high percentage to go through. Better for breakout? Then why is everybody to their one-timer position? I don't know how it's better breakout-wise. I don't think it provides any extra help in that category. Some people say it's actually it goes against to be on your offhand. You know, hearing it from LG players. Less on the backhand. You're not really on your backhand, even on the other side. Because you pull it to your forehand and then you make the pass. Even if it's to the inside, how does that make it your backhand? Unless you turn that way. If you cut to the middle of the ice, you're going to be on your forehand. If you cut to the towards the boards, you then are on your backhand. If your sticks to the inside. If and your offhand, I think it changes the angle a little bit. I don't know. I mean, I don't have an issue with it necessarily because I was on the verge of playing left D initially as a left-handed player. And the AI is playing really good. AI is even playing trap defense too. I mean, that would be a question I would love to bring up to another esports guy. To see why, like, what is the specific reason for why people prefer not being on their offhand as a defenseman. Like, for real hockey, it makes sense, right? Just for, like, working the boards and stuff and having your stick on the boards at the point and stuff, and you know, it just helps in those categories. But in EA, like, everybody prefers to be on their one-timer position. Oh, he's got truculence. He's got truculence. One timer gets blocked more often too. Yeah, but you can't even do a one timer unless they swing it to you from the point. Like from the corner to the point. You can't even do a DDD one timer. I mean, there are options where guys prefer to have, if there is no other option, they want to have a one-timer at the point. I mean, I don't know. It's your own preference. It's just nobody really ever, like, nobody else does it. I mean, I would ask, do you play LG? Like, is that what you, is that how you would play LG? I don't think the angle changes much. Like, it's, I don't know. I think it's the same thing. Look at the AI go, eh? Bounces right to him. Yeah, I think that's programmed the fucking game, eh? Dvorak is balling out here right now. I'm not even gonna lie to you. He's an absolute dog right now. Dvorak was better than some of the... Nah, I'm actually not gonna say it. I've played New York tournament, best sixes club. I don't even know what that is. I've never even heard of it. Is that like back in the day type stuff, or is that like more current? Oh, back in the days. Okay. Yeah. They're like 09, 10. I've heard that, yeah, they like would invite the top clubs to play, right? But that's back in the day stuff, you know? Like the game has changed. I'm not gonna lie. The game has changed. It would be an interesting conversation. Obviously, it's like a no-brainer to have one-timer side on your wing, right? For your wingers. But like defensemen, it brings up a conversation. Does it really matter to play left, you know, offhand or towards your one-timer side? You know, so I don't know. It's just kind of like, to me, I've only gone with what other guys have gone with. Back, you know, if I were to say back in the day for me, NHL 20, when I was still watching, you know, I would actually prefer left D on the left side. And then when I joined LG, or when I played NHL 22 with some other guys, they moved me then over to right D, and I kind of just played that. That was when I was looking at what the other league guys were playing. And then wait, goals if you score from the point? Kind of a lot, to be honest with you. Last year, the one-timer was OP. This year, not so much, because the way EA works is if you know, they gotta bump the shit up, right? When they add something, the skill-based one-timers, that bumped up one-timers by a lot. So last year, I scored the most amount of goals from the point that I've done in all the other years combined in that 1 year. And then, of course, this year, seeing as, you know, it's not really a relevant option to use 1T at the point. That takes away a shooting trait that I had last year. I also then don't have the shot for a very good one-timer anyway, or even a wrist shot. So it wouldn't even really matter. So I don't ever really shoot from the point anymore because my shot's a muffin. But last year it was like a repetitive look that you can find, and it was high percentage. But that was last year, right? So the years prior to that, it would go in every once in a while, you know, if it's lined up correctly. It would still go in now. You know, we saw one of the guys score from the point, right, with a skill-based one-timer shot. It's there. I mean, it has its uses. And from an esports standpoint, it is a look you can't go against, I think. Yeah, you switch on power play. Why not just be that way? You know, it doesn't change. To me, it doesn't really affect. I don't know how it affects. Well, I guess you've already told me kind of what you thought in terms of being on your offhand, what it helps you versus what it doesn't help you with. To me, though, I don't really see, if I had a preference, you know, just based on the way that the game is now and has been, it's best to always be on your one-timer side. That's kind of all, you know. That's more like my preference of it. But, you know, everybody has their own opinion. I don't think it's necessarily wrong to play on your offhand side. You know, because that is actually real hockey. You look at real hockey, that's how the guys play, right? Typically, they don't have a one-timer side, really. Better for slap passing, too. But it's like, it really doesn't, like, you could do it all the same. I don't really see a difference, personally. I could do the same thing on the left side as the right, except you just can't eat 1T. Which is, I think, why most guys then play that way. It's just the way the game is now, you know? Especially if you take last year, it'd be, you know, that's like big time incentive to do that. This year, maybe not, you know, because it's not really an effective strategy to one-timer from the point, I guess. Those looks don't typically go in unless you have a shooting trait, but so like I think one guy had in the last esport event that I saw, I don't remember his exact build. I think he got rid of elite edges. Maybe. They had wheels. So they were like this. The guy had wheels on. I want to say he had stick 'em up. I don't think he had warrior on. I think he had rocket. Or quick release? No, it had to have been rocket, I think. Probably at its base form, because you can't really get it at the other tier. I think he had a build like this, but he was PMD. That don't really matter though, but and he would have certain looks that came from the point. It's like you kind of have to have a shooting trait, otherwise it doesn't really matter shooting at the point. I don't know. Everybody has their preferences. I mean, you know, I just go based on what I see and what I know. But yeah, I think we're gonna call it there. We play a lot. Rocket is underrated. Yeah, it's like less. It's like 1T is not even that effective this year from what I've seen. I haven't seen anybody really rock elite 1T at all. You know, I would think even at the I would think at the elite trait you'd prefer that, right? No. But it seems like rocket isn't even really. I don't know, man. It's weird this year, actually. I'm not gonna lie. It seems like every change that they make with the traits and the builds and all that, like everybody has a different preference. It's like there's guys that are like, yeah, but defensive defenseman is the best build this year. Like, okay. I don't know where you're getting that from, but you're seeing guys use that. And then it's like split half and half between two-way defenseman and PMD. It's like, oh yeah, I PMD still feels the best. Two-way defenseman, and it's weird. Everybody has their own preference now. It's like, okay, that means they solved the build variety issue that last year it was what both guys used PMD. With the same traits, everybody was the exact same. I think forwards were using, was it playmaker? Everybody was using playmaker, so it was literally just 3 playmakers and 2 PMDs. Now it's this year, playmaker and PMD are like almost useless, and it's just 2-way forward. Actually, power forward was the choice of build until they banned that because you could get 97 speed now. That was the whole thing there. They're like, oh no, that's power forward is used across the board across all 3 builds. You can't use that. So now everybody's gonna use 2-way forward until what? That gets banned? Like, what do you? You're not gonna change it. It's gonna be what is the next best thing? And I don't know. I think 2-way forward probably is the next best thing for even all 3 forwards. Even on wing, I would still suggest it, unless you go for sniper and you want just shooting like straight offense. But I don't know. Competitively, playmaker's not. I mean, it loses compared to 2-way forward, but it has like some good shit though. Like I don't know. It's weird how some of the guys think. I don't know what's because of the way the builds have changed. I don't know how people like what people are thinking at the top level. I'm getting a bunch of different answers. So it's like it's really based off just feel and just do what you think is best in terms of the builds. I'll probably release a new builds video just based on LG like league specific builds, right? Because that's kind of how I've always been doing it. I'll probably do another builds video of just that. What I think are the best builds to use that are obviously legal within LG's rules, right? And esports related rules and stuff. So it won't have power forward. It won't have defense and defense. You can't use those builds anymore. So I have to see what other builds. Probably just the rest of these, and that's it. But all right, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed. Let me know if you guys are still here. Haven't joined the Discord. First link down below in the YouTube live stream will take you to the community Discord. You can then, if you are interested in trying out for esports down the line, there's a Esports Tryouts channel. You can put in your information there. Just follow suit with what everybody else has done. EA name, spots that you want to play, all that kind of stuff. So that I know that you're trying to try out, and we will see. And I'll probably put in a feedback channel on the Discord as well, so that I can see if you guys have any suggestions. I don't think the scrims they were okay in the beginning. It just takes a while to get set up, so I don't really know how to really change that. I'm gonna need your guys' help on that. If you guys do have any suggestions on that, just feel free to basically say it when I bring it up, or just kind of put it in any channel, I guess, for now. But yeah, I appreciate you guys, everybody who stopped in. GG's to everybody. Everybody played pretty well, and yeah, we'll catch you next time.